You're not struggling to sleep because something is wrong with you. You're lying awake because your mind hasn't received the one message it's been waiting for all day. The message that says you're done. It's over. You can stop now. Tonight. You don't need to finish your to-do list. You don't need to solve tomorrow's problems. You don't need to be better or do more or try harder. The deepest truth about rest is this: when you give yourself permission to be done, your body remembers how to let go on its own. This video exists for one quiet purpose: to help you understand that being done for today is not about completing everything. It's about recognizing that the day has reached its natural end, whether your tasks are finished or not. So settle into your bed now. Let your body sink into the mattress, and let these gentle truths guide you away from the pressure of unfinished things, into the deep, necessary peace of knowing you're done for today. Before we continue, tell me, where are you listening from tonight? And if these quiet journeys help you find rest, please like and subscribe so this peace can find you again. Why backpack you've been carrying for hours. Lie still for a moment and feel the weight of this day on your shoulders. The things you did, the things you didn't do, the conversations you had, the ones you avoided, all of it sitting there like a heave. And somewhere in your mind, there's a voice, a quiet, insistent voice that says you're not allowed to rest yet. Not until everything is finished. Not until every task is checked off. Not until the day is truly, completely, perfectly done. But here's what that voice doesn't understand. Being done for today has nothing to do with finishing everything. Think about it this way. The sun sets every evening, whether you've completed your work or not. The earth continues its rotation. Night arrives on schedule. The planet doesn't wait for you to finish your to-do list before it turns away from the sun. The day ends. Not because everything is complete, but because time has passed. Your body knows this truth even if your mind doesn't. Right now, something inside you is shifting. Something is changing. Something is preparing for the restoration that only happens during sleep. Your whole being is declaring the day is done. It's time to rest. This is not a reward you have to earn. This is not a luxury you have to deserve. This is simply what happens when a day reaches its natural conclusion. Your body needs rest, whether you've finished your work or not. Your mind needs sleep, whether you've answered every email or not. Your spirit needs recovery, whether you've solved every problem or not. The truth is, you will never finish everything. This is not a personal failure. This is the nature of being alive. Life generates more life. Work generates more work. Thoughts generate more thoughts. There is no final completion. There is no ultimate finish line after which everything will be done forever. So if you're waiting to be done with everything before you allow yourself to rest, you're setting an impossible condition. You're telling yourself you'll sleep when something happens that will never happen. You're making rest conditional on an achievement that doesn't exist. Being done for today is simpler than that. Much simpler. It means the day has passed. Evening has arrived. Your body is tired. Your energy is depleted. The natural cycle of light and dark has turned. That's all. That's enough. That's done. There will be things left undone tonight. There always are. The email you didn't send, the call you didn't make, the project you didn't finish, the conversation you didn't have. All of it will still be there tomorrow, or it won't. Either way, it's not tonight's concern. Tonight's only concern is this: the day has ended, and you are allowed to end with it. You don't need permission from your completed task list. You don't need approval from your productivity app. You don't need validation from anyone or anything. The day is over, and that makes you done. Feel that truth settling into your chest now. You are done for today, not because everything is finished, but because today is finished. The distinction matters. One is impossible. The other is inevitable. One is a standard you'll never meet. The other is a reality you're living right now. The day is done. Whether you are satisfied with it or not, whether you accomplished everything or not, whether you feel proud or disappointed, the day is over. Time has moved forward. Evening has become night. And you, dear one, you are allowed to move with it. You are allowed to be done when the day is done. You are allowed to rest when rest is needed. You are allowed to stop when stopping is natural. This is not giving up. This is not being lazy. This is not failing. This is being human. This is respecting the rhythm of day and night that has governed all life on this planet for as long as there has been life. This is honoring the truth that productivity is not infinite. Energy is not unlimited. And being done for today is a simple fact, not a personal achievement. So let it be true now. Let yourself be done. Not perfectly done, not completely done, just done. Done for today, done with today, done because today itself is done. And that's all the reason you need. The tasks can wait. The worries can wait. The plans for tomorrow can wait. Right now, in this moment, you are simply done. And that's not a failure. That's not a weakness. That's just the truth of how days work. They begin, they unfold, they end. And when they end, you're allowed to end with them. You don't have to fight this. You don't have to resist this. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, including yourself. The day is done, and so are you. And that's perfectly, beautifully, completely okay. Feel your shoulders relaxing now. Feel the burden lifting. The burden of unfinished things, the burden of incompletion, the burden of not being enough. It's lifting because you're accepting a simple truth. Being done for today is not the same as finishing everything. Being done for today is simply accepting that today is over and you made it through. That's enough. That's always been enough. Rest now in that truth. You are done. Not because you completed a checklist, but because the day completed itself, and you were here for it. You lived it. You breathed through it. You survived it. And now it's over. And you're allowed to let it go. You're allowed to be done. You're allowed to rest. The day is finished, and so are you. And that's all you need to know tonight. There's something you need to understand about time. It doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't wait for your permission. It doesn't pause when you're not ready. Time moves forward at its own pace, following a rhythm that existed long before you were born and will continue long after you're gone. Right now, as you lie here, the earth is turning. You can't feel it, but it's happening. The planet is rotating away from the sun, carrying you with it into darkness, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing you can do to slow it down, nothing you can do to ask for more time. The day is ending. Not because you decided it should end, not because you finished what you set out to do, but because the earth is spinning, because the sun is setting, because that's what days do. They end. When you were a child, bedtime came whether you were tired or not, whether you were finished playing or not, whether you wanted more time or not. Your parents understood something you're struggling to remember now. Days have natural endpoints, and those endpoints arrive whether we're ready or not. Nature operates on cycles, dawn and dusk, waking and sleeping, activity and rest. These cycles don't negotiate. They don't make exceptions. They don't care if you had a productive day or a wasted one. They don't care if you accomplished everything or nothing. The cycle continues regardless. Birds return to their nests at dusk, even if they didn't find enough food. Flowers close their petals at night, even if they didn't capture enough sunlight. Deer bed down in the forest, even if they didn't reach the best grazing areas. The natural world understands that the end of day is not conditional on the completion of tasks. It's based on the position of the sun, on the turning of the earth, on the simple passage of time. You are part of this natural world. You are not exempt from these cycles. Your human concerns, your deadlines, your responsibilities, they don't grant you immunity from the need for daily rest. You are still a creature of this earth, still subject to the rhythm of light and dark, still bound by the limits of a body that needs sleep to survive. Think about all the days you've lived, thousands of them, tens of thousands. Every single one of those days ended. Some ended well. Some ended poorly. Some ended with satisfaction. Some ended with regret. But they all ended, without exception, without waiting for perfection, without requiring completion. Today is no different. Today will end just like all those other days ended. Not because you made it perfect, not because you finished everything, but because days end. That's their nature. That's their function. That's what they do. And here's what's beautiful about this truth. It means you're not responsible for ending the day. The day is ending itself. You don't have to make it happen. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to force it. The rotation of the earth is taking care of it for you. Right now, as you lie here, the day is ending whether you're ready or not. This removes the burden of having to be done, the burden of having to finish, the burden of having to achieve some level of completion before you're allowed to rest. The day doesn't require your permission to end. It's ending anyway, and you can let it go. You can release it. You can stop holding on to it. Imagine trying to hold back nightfall. Imagine standing outside with your arms raised, pushing against the darkness, trying to keep the sun in the sky just a little longer. It would be absurd. It would be futile. It would be a waste of your energy. Because night comes whether you push against it or not. That's what you're doing when you try to extend your productivity past your body's limit. When you try to finish just one more thing. When you tell yourself you'll rest after you complete just a little bit more. You're pushing against nightfall. You're trying to stop something that can't be stopped. The day is ending. Your tasks can continue. They can roll forward into tomorrow. They can exist in an incomplete state. But the day itself, the day is done. Time has moved on. The cycle has turned. And you, whether you like it or not, are being carried into night. So stop pushing. Stop resisting. Stop trying to keep the day alive past its natural end. Let it go. Let it end. Let it be finished. Not because you finished it, but because it finished itself. Because time moved forward. Because the earth turned. Because that's what days do. They end. Always. Inevitably. Mercifully. Without waiting for your permission. Without requiring your completion. Without needing your approval. Days end. And this day has ended. And you are free to end with it. Think of the ocean. Tides come in. Tides go out. The ocean doesn't ask if the beach is ready. The ocean doesn't wait for the sand to finish whatever it was doing. The tide simply turns. It's time. The water recedes. The cycle continues. That's how time works. That's how days work. They turn. They end. They make room for night. You've been swimming in the tide of this day all along. And now the tide is turning, pulling back, receding into evening, into night, into rest. You can fight it. You can try to swim against it. Or you can let it carry you. Let it pull you gently toward rest, toward sleep, toward the ending that was always going to come. The day has done its work. It brought you morning light. It gave you hours to fill. It presented you with moments and choices and opportunities and challenges. And now it's done. The day has given what it had to give. And it's retreating, making space for night, making space for rest, making space for you to stop. You don't owe the day anything more. You don't owe yourself anything more. The transaction is complete. The day came, you lived it. The day is leaving, you can let it go. That's the natural order. That's the rhythm. That's the way it's meant to be. Feel yourself releasing now. Releasing the grip on the day. Releasing the need to make it into something it wasn't. Releasing the pressure to complete what was never meant to be completed in one rotation of the earth. The day is ending. Your tasks remain, but the day is done, and you can be done with it too. Time doesn't stop for anyone. Days don't wait for completion. The earth keeps turning, the sun keeps setting, the night keeps coming, and you, dear one, you can stop fighting it. You can accept it. You can rest in it. The day ends whether tasks do or not. And this day has ended, and you are free. Your mind might not know when to stop, but your body does. Your body has been keeping track all day long, measuring, monitoring, calculating the cost of every action, every thought, every moment of alertness. Your body knows exactly how much energy you've spent, and it knows when the account is depleted. Right now, there are changes happening inside you, changes you're not consciously controlling. Changes that signal the end of your waking hours. Your body is speaking a language your mind often ignores. But the message is clear. The day is complete. Throughout the day, something has been building inside you. A pressure, a weight, a growing need that increases with every hour you've been awake, every minute you've been alert, every moment you've been conscious. This is not weakness. This is design. This is your body tracking time, measuring wakefulness, knowing when enough is enough. Your body knows it's time to stop. The message is undeniable, real. You might ignore it, you might push through it with coffee or willpower or distraction, but you can't erase it. The pressure is there. The need is real. Your body has decided. Day complete. Something else is happening too. A cooling. Throughout the day, your body temperature rises and falls in a predictable pattern. It peaks in the late afternoon, signaling optimal alertness. Then it begins to fall, declining steadily as evening approaches. This drop is not random. It's a signal. Your body preparing for sleep, telling you that waking hours are over. Day complete. Feel it now. The coolness. Not in the room, but somewhere deeper. Your internal thermostat has adjusted. Your body is cooling down for rest. This is intentional. This is necessary. This is your being recognizing that the day has reached its end. As darkness falls outside, something releases inside. A signal, a hormone, a message from deep within your brain that says the world is dark now. The time for wakefulness has passed. The time for rest has come. This doesn't make you sleep. It signals that sleep should be possible, that the environment is right, that the time has come. It's your body's way of saying the day is done. The world is dark. It's safe to let go. Even if you're in a brightly lit room, even if you're staring at screens, your body is still responding to the hour, still trying to tell you, still insisting that according to the ancient rhythm of light and dark, this is the hour for rest. Your body recognizes night even when your environment pretends it's still day. Your heartbeat has changed, slower now than it was this afternoon. Your blood pressure has dropped. Your digestion has shifted into a different mode. Your entire system is transitioning from daytime function to nighttime restoration. Every part of you is moving toward rest. This is not something you have to think about. This is not something you have to achieve. This is automatic. Your body is taking over, shifting from arousal to calm, from doing to being, from action to recovery. Your body is making this transition right now, without your permission, without your effort, simply because it knows. Day complete. Your body doesn't care about your to-do list. It doesn't care about your productivity goals. It doesn't care about what you accomplished or didn't accomplish. Your body has one concern: survival. And survival requires rest, regular rest, daily rest. Rest that comes when the internal signals say it's time, not when your tasks say it's okay. Animals don't struggle with this. A deer doesn't stay awake all night worrying about whether it ate enough grass today. A bird doesn't refuse to sleep because it didn't collect enough twigs for its nest. They listen to their bodies. They trust the internal signals. They rest when rest is needed. Day complete. You have that same wisdom available to you. Right now, your body is speaking. Pressure rising. Temperature falling. Night signals flowing. Heart rate slowing. Every system synchronized in one message. The day is complete. Your work is not complete. Your to-do list is not complete. But the day is finished. Internally, hormonally, systemically. Complete. And your body is asking you to honor that completion. To respect the limits of a human organism that can't function indefinitely. To acknowledge that no matter how much your mind wants to continue, your body has reached its end point. The fuel is depleted. The reserves are low. The systems are shifting into repair mode. Day complete. This is not failure. This is not weakness. This is not laziness. This is wisdom. This is health. This is the intelligence of a body that knows how to take care of itself if you let it. Your body is trying to take care of you right now, trying to protect you from the damage of endless wakefulness, trying to insist on the rest you need, trying to tell you in a language of sensations and shifts and changes the day is complete. You can stop now. You must stop now. It's time. Listen to your body. It knows when a day is done, and it's telling you, right now, with every signal it has, day complete, rest now, sleep now. The day is over. Your body has declared it, and your body, dear one, knows what it's talking about. Feel it now. The heaviness in your eyelids, that's not tiredness, that's information. Your body telling you it's time. The weight in your limbs, that's not exhaustion, that's communication. Your body saying the day is complete. The fog in your thoughts, that's not confusion, that's transition. Your mind shifting from waking to sleeping mode. All of these sensations, all of these changes, they're not problems to solve. They're messages to receive. Your body recognizing what your mind refuses to accept. The day is complete, not because everything is done, but because you have been awake long enough. You have functioned long enough. You have pushed long enough. And now your body is stepping in, taking control, insisting on the rest that you need, whether you think you've earned it or not. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to agree with it. You just have to listen to it. Your body knows. It has always known. And right now, it's telling you the same thing. It tells you every night. The day is complete. The time for rest has come. Let go. Let sleep take you. Let the day end, because your body has recognized its natural conclusion. Trust this. Trust the signals. Trust the sensations. Trust the ancient wisdom of a body that has survived millions of years of evolution by knowing when to act and when to rest. Your body is telling you. The day is complete, and it's time to sleep. There's a lie you've been carrying. A lie so quiet, so familiar, that you might not even recognize it as false. The lie says, a good day is a day where everything gets resolved, where every question finds an answer, where every problem finds a solution, where everything that was broken gets fixed. But that's not what days are for. That's not how life works. Most days were never meant to be fully resolved. They were only meant to be lived through. Think about the grand questions of your life, the big uncertainties, the ongoing challenges. How long have you been carrying them? Months, years, some of them decades? And how many days have passed while you carried them? Thousands of days, each one ending without resolution, each one closing with those questions still unanswered, those problems still unsolved. And yet, those days still ended. They had to. Time doesn't wait for resolution. The sun set on every one of those uncertain days. Night arrived whether you had figured things out or not. The day ended, not because you resolved everything, but because days end. That's what they do. Today is the same. You're lying here now with things unresolved, conversations that didn't reach a conclusion, decisions you haven't made yet, problems you couldn't solve, questions you can't answer, relationships that are still complicated, feelings that are still unclear, all of it hanging there. unfinished, unresolved, open. And you think that means the day isn't really done, that you shouldn't rest yet, that you need to stay awake and think and worry and try to resolve just a little bit more before you're allowed to sleep. But that's the lie talking, the lie that says resolution is required, that certainty is necessary, that closure is the price of rest. Most days don't offer closure. Most days don't tie up loose ends. Most days add new questions instead of answering old ones. Most days leave you with more uncertainty than you started with. And that's not a failure of the day. That's not a failure of you. That's just what days are like. They're fragments, pieces, small chapters in a much longer story. You're not reading one complete book every day. You're reading one page, sometimes one paragraph, sometimes one sentence. And sentences don't resolve. Paragraphs don't conclude. Pages don't answer everything. They just continue the story. They move it forward a little bit, and then they end, and the next page begins tomorrow. This day was never meant to resolve your career uncertainty. This day was never meant to fix your relationship struggles. This day was never meant to answer your existential questions. This day was never meant to heal all your pain or solve all your problems or clarify all your confusion. This day was only meant to be lived. One day, one small piece of a much larger life. And you lived it. Whatever happened or didn't happen, you were here for it. You breathed through it. You felt through it. You thought through it. You survived it. That's all a day requires. Presence, not resolution. Think about a river. Does the river resolve anything as it flows? Does it answer questions? Does it solve problems? No. It just flows. It moves forward. It carries water from one place to another. And at the end of each day, the river hasn't arrived anywhere final. It's still flowing, still in motion, still carrying its water forward. And yet, the day ends. The sun sets on the river, and the river keeps flowing in darkness, unresolved, ongoing, incomplete. You are like that river. Your life is flowing. Today was just one day of flow. It didn't have to arrive anywhere. It didn't have to resolve anything. It just had to flow. And it did. You flowed through this day. You moved forward. You carried yourself from morning to evening. And now the day is done. Not because you arrived, not because you resolved, but because the sun has set and the flow continues in darkness. And that's okay. Some things in your life will never be fully resolved. Some relationships will always be complicated. Some questions will never have clear answers. Some problems will never be completely solved. They'll just be carried, day after day, year after year, unresolved, ongoing, part of the flow. And that doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. That doesn't mean you're failing. That doesn't mean you need to stay awake tonight trying to force resolution. It means you're human. It means you're alive. It means you're in the middle of a story that hasn't ended yet. And middle chapters don't resolve. They just continue. So let this day be what it was. A day of continuation. A day of carrying. A day of flowing forward without arriving. A day that added a few more sentences to your story without finishing any chapters. That's enough. That's all it needed to be. You don't have to resolve your anxiety before you sleep. You don't have to solve your career crisis. You don't have to fix your relationships. You don't have to answer the big questions. You don't have to make everything make sense. You just have to acknowledge that today is over. The page has been written, and whether it resolved anything or not, it's done. Tomorrow will bring more continuation, more carrying, more flow. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you can rest in the truth that most days were never meant to be fully resolved, including this one. This day was meant to be lived, and you lived it. And now it's over. Unresolved, yes. Unfinished, yes. But over, complete in its incompleteness, done in its ongoingness, ended despite its lack of conclusion. Feel that truth settling into your bones now. You don't have to resolve everything. You don't have to finish everything. You don't have to arrive anywhere. You just have to let this day end the way most days end. In the middle of things, with questions still hanging, with problems still present, with life still flowing forward into an uncertain tomorrow. That's not a problem. That's just life. And life happens one unresolved day at a time. This was one of those days. And now it's over, and you're allowed to rest, even though nothing is resolved, even though everything is still in process, even though the river is still flowing. The day has ended. And you can end with it, unresolved, unfinished, incomplete, and perfectly, absolutely done. There's a moment every day when something shifts. You might not notice it at first. It's subtle, quiet, but it happens. The moment when trying becomes harder than it used to be. When thinking takes more energy than it did an hour ago. When simple tasks feel heavy. When everything requires just a little bit more effort than you have left to give. That moment is trying to tell you something. It's trying to say you're done. Not because you decided to be done. Not because you've earned it or achieved it or accomplished enough. But because effort, like water, naturally fades. It runs out. It depletes. It reaches a point where it can't sustain itself anymore. And that point is done. You've been trying all day, trying to focus, trying to be productive, trying to be present, trying to be patient, trying to be kind, trying to hold it together, trying to push through, trying to make things work. So much trying, so much effort, so much pushing against resistance. And now, at the end of this day, the trying is getting harder. The effort is requiring more effort. The pushing is meeting more resistance. That's not a failure. That's information. That's your system telling you that the well is running dry, that the reservoir is empty, that the fuel tank is approaching zero. You can ignore this message. You can try to override it, but the message doesn't change. The effort is fading. And when effort fades, you're done, whether you want to be or not. Think about a candle. It burns bright at the beginning, steady, strong, plenty of wax to fuel the flame. But as the hours pass, the wax melts away, the flame gets smaller, and eventually, without anyone deciding it should stop, the flame flickers, struggles, and goes out. Not because the candle chose to stop burning, but because the fuel ran out. The effort faded. Done. You are that candle. You burned all day. You gave light. You gave warmth. You gave energy to everything around you. And now the wax is low, the flame is flickering, and it's not a moral judgment. It's not a reflection of your worth or your strength or your character. It's just the natural end of burning. When the fuel runs out, the flame goes out. When effort fades, you're done. Your mind is slower now than it was this morning. Thoughts that came easily hours ago now take twice as long to form. Decisions that would have been simple earlier now feel overwhelming. Words that would have flowed now stick. Your cognitive effort is fading. That's the signal. That's done. Your patience is thinner. Things that wouldn't have bothered you this morning are irritating now. Small inconveniences feel like major obstacles. Other people's quirks feel like personal attacks. Your emotional effort is fading. That's the signal. That's done. Your body is heavier. Moving takes more intention than it did earlier. Standing up requires a moment of preparation. Walking across the room feels like more distance than it used to. Your physical effort is fading. That's the signal. That's done. This fading is not weakness. This is nature. This is how energy works. It runs out. Every system that uses energy eventually depletes. Your phone battery drains throughout the day. Your car's gas tank empties as you drive. The sun's light fades as evening approaches. Nothing keeps burning forever. Everything has a natural end point where effort can't continue, where trying becomes impossible, where done is the only option left. And you've reached that point. You might not want to admit it. You might think you should be able to push harder, try longer, keep going. But your body knows better. Your mind knows better. Your entire system knows that effort is supposed to fade, that energy is supposed to run out, that there's supposed to be a moment when done is not a choice, but a reality. This as that moment. Right now, lying in this bed, feeling the heaviness, noticing how much harder it is to think than it was this morning, sensing how much more difficult everything feels. That's not you being weak, that's you being human. That's effort naturally fading the way effort always fades. At the end of a day, after hours of use, after continuous output, the fade is natural, expected, healthy. Animals understand this instinctively. They don't fight the fade. When a bird has flown all day, when its wings grow heavy, when maintaining flight takes more effort than the bird has left, the bird lands. It doesn't judge itself. It doesn't think it should be stronger. It simply recognizes effort has faded. Time to rest. Done. You can do the same. You can recognize the fade. You can feel the heaviness. You can notice how much harder everything has become. And instead of fighting it, instead of demanding more from yourself, instead of trying to override the natural depletion of energy, you can simply acknowledge it. Effort has faded. Time to rest. Done. There's no force left in you tonight. No gong. No ep. No pushing against what is. The effort has naturally run its course. It rose this morning when you woke. It sustained you through the day. And now, as evening has become night, it's fading, dissolving, disappearing like mist in the sun. Not because you're giving up, but because effort, by its nature, is temporary. It comes, it goes, it fades, and when it fades completely, that's when you know you're done. Not when you've accomplished enough. Not when you've checked every box. Not when you've met every expectation. But when the effort itself says, I can't anymore. I've given what I had to give. I'm fading now. And that's the truest form of done. The most honest, the most real, feel it now, the fade, the natural decrease in energy, the gentle collapse of trying. You're not forcing this, you're not creating it. It's happening on its own. Effort fading, energy depleting, fuel running low. This is done, not decided, not achieved, just arrived at. Naturally, inevitably, like the sun setting, like the tide going out, like a candle burning down to nothing. You're done. Not because you chose to be, but because effort has chosen to fade. And when effort fades, all you can do is accept it. Stop pushing. Stop trying. Stop demanding more from a system that has nothing more to give. Just accept. Effort has faded. The trying is over. You're done. And that's exactly how it's supposed to be. Your nervous system has been on alert all day, scanning for threats, monitoring for problems, keeping track of what needs to be done, maintaining the state of readiness that waking life requires. And right now, it's waiting for something. It's waiting for a signal. A clear, unmistakable message that says it's safe to stand down. The day is over. You can stop watching now. Without that signal, your nervous system will keep running, keep scanning, keep monitoring, even though your body is tired, even though your mind wants to rest. Your nervous system doesn't know that you're done unless you tell it. And "I'm lying in bed" is not the same as "I'm done for today." Your nervous system needs to hear it directly, clearly, definitively. Think of your nervous system like a guard on duty. All day, it's been standing watch, alert, vigilant, ready to respond to whatever comes. And now it's late. The shift should be over, but no one has told the guard to leave. No one has said, "You're relieved." So the guard keeps standing there, tired, exhausted, but still on duty, still watching, still unable to rest because the clear end signal never came. You are the only one who can give that signal. Your nervous system can't give it to itself. It needs to hear it from you, out loud or in your mind. It needs a clear declaration. "I'm done for today." Not, "I should probably rest." Not, "I'm tired." Not, "Maybe I'll try to sleep." But a clear, definitive statement. "I am done for today. This is the end of my day. I am no longer on duty." This might sound simple, almost too simple. But your nervous system doesn't work on complexity. It works on clarity. It needs clear signals, clear boundaries, clear transitions. Without them, it stays in the state it's been in all day, activated, alert, ready, unable to shift into the rest mode you desperately need. Right now, your nervous system is still processing information, still running scenarios, still keeping part of your awareness trained on tomorrow's concerns, still maintaining a baseline level of vigilance. And it will keep doing this all night unless you give it permission to stop. Unless you give it the clear end signal it's waiting for. Say it now, in your mind, or whisper it out loud. "I'm done for today." Feel what happens when you say it. Notice if there's a slight release, a small softening. That's your nervous system responding, hearing the signal, beginning to stand down. But it might need to hear it again. Once might not be enough after a day of high alert. So say it again. "I'm done for today." The words matter. The specificity matters. "I'm done" is different from "I'm tired." For today is different from "maybe." Your nervous system needs the boundary. It needs to know that this isn't just a break. This isn't just a pause. This is the end, the official end, the declared end, after which nothing more is required, nothing more is expected, nothing more will be attempted. I'm done for today. That's the signal. That's the message. That's the clear communication your nervous system has been waiting for. And when it hears it, when it believes it, when it accepts it, something shifts. The background tension releases. The constant scanning slows. The vigilance decreases. The guard steps down from duty. Finally, after hours of standing watch, finally relieved. But you have to mean it. You can't say, I'm done for today, while still planning to check your phone in 10 minutes. You can't declare the day over while still running through tomorrow's to-do list. Your nervous system will sense the incongruence. It will hear the words, but feel the continued activation, and it won't fully stand down, because the signal wasn't clear, wasn't honest, wasn't complete. So when you say, I'm done for today, you have to let it be true. You have to commit to it. You have to mean that everything else, every other concern, every other task, every other thought about what needs to happen next, all of it is suspended. All of it is set aside. All of it is officially, definitively, clearly postponed until tomorrow. This is not about finishing everything. This is not about accomplishing enough. This is about giving your nervous system the safety signal it needs to rest. And that signal is simple. I'm done for today. Done trying. Done planning. Done worrying. Done thinking about tomorrow. Done processing the day. Done analyzing. Done preparing. Done. For today, completely, clearly done. Your nervous system has carried you through this entire day. It's kept you safe, kept you alert, kept you functioning. And now it's tired, deeply tired. It needs to rest, but it can't rest without your permission. It can't stand down without your command. It needs you to say the words, to give the signal, to mark the end clearly and definitively. Say it again now. I'm done for today. Feel it landing deeper this time. Feel your shoulders dropping slightly. Feel your jaw unclenching. Feel something in your chest loosening. Those are signs that your nervous system is receiving the message, is beginning to believe it, is starting to shift from alert to rest. You might need to say it several more times. I'm done for today. Each time, meaning it more. Each time, letting it be more true. Each time, giving your nervous system more permission to stand down, to stop watching, to stop scanning, to stop protecting. Because the day is officially over, and nothing more is required until tomorrow. This is the gift of a clear end signal. It tells your body what your mind has been trying to ignore, that the day is done, that rest is not just permitted, but required, that the guard can leave the post, that the watch has ended, that safety has been established, that sleep can come. I'm done for today. Let those words become your permission, your declaration, your clear signal, not to the world, but to yourself, to your nervous system, to the part of you that's been working so hard all day and doesn't know how to stop without clear instruction. You're giving that instruction now. Clear, direct, unmistakable. I'm done for today. The watching can stop. The vigilance can decrease. The alert status can end. I'm done for today, and my nervous system is free to rest, free to stand down, free to let go, because the signal has been given, Clear, true, final, done. You're lying here thinking about what you didn't do. The email you didn't send, the call you didn't make, the project you didn't finish, the conversation you didn't have, the decision you didn't reach. All these unfinished things, all these incomplete tasks, all these loose ends. And somewhere in your mind, a voice is saying the day isn't really done. Not really. Not with all these things still hanging. But that voice is wrong. Listen closely. Unfinished things do not invalidate a finished day. They just don't. The two things are separate. Completely separate. Your tasks existing in an incomplete state has absolutely nothing to do with whether the day itself is complete. Think about it this way. Is the sun still in the sky? No. It set hours ago? Has the earth stopped rotating? No. It's still turning, carrying you through darkness. Has time stopped moving forward? No. It's still flowing. Evening has become night. Hours have passed. The calendar has moved forward. The day, by every measurable definition, is finished, done, complete, over. And all those unfinished things, they're still unfinished, still incomplete, still waiting. But their unfinished state doesn't reach backward through time and unfinish the day. It doesn't erase the hours that have passed. It doesn't reverse the sunset. It doesn't stop the earth from turning. The day is done, regardless of what you did or didn't do within it. This is hard to accept because you've been taught to measure days by productivity, to evaluate whether a day was good or bad based on how much you accomplished, to judge yourself by your output, and if the output isn't complete, if the tasks aren't finished, it feels like the day itself must be incomplete, like you're not allowed to call it done when there are still things undone. But that's mixing up two different things, tasks and time, things and days, accomplishments and rotations of the earth. They're not the same. They don't operate by the same rules. Tasks can remain unfinished indefinitely. Days cannot. Days finish themselves, automatically, inevitably, whether your tasks are done or not. Imagine telling a farmer that their day isn't done because they didn't harvest the entire field. The farmer would look at you strangely. The field will still be there tomorrow. The crops don't disappear at sunset, but the day is done, because the sun set, because darkness came, because that's what days do. They end, and the unfinished field doesn't change that. You are like that farmer. Your field of tasks is still there, still full of things to harvest, still waiting for your attention. But the sun has set on this day, and the unharvested tasks don't mean the day isn't over. They just mean the tasks aren't over. Different things, separate things, both can be true simultaneously. The tasks unfinished, the day done. Right now, make a list in your mind. All the things you didn't finish today. See them clearly. Acknowledge them. Don't hide from them. Don't pretend they don't exist. They're there. They're real. They're unfinished. Now, hold that list in one hand. Metaphorically, all these incomplete things, hold them. Feel their weight. Now, in your other hand, hold this truth: the day is over. Time has passed. Evening came and went. Night is here. The earth has rotated. The sun has set and will rise again tomorrow. The day, as a unit of time, as a rotation of the planet, as a chapter in your life, is complete. It has run its course. It has reached its natural end. Hold that truth in your other hand. Now look at both hands, the list of unfinished things. The truth of the finished day. Notice that they're both real, both true, both existing simultaneously. The unfinished things don't erase the finished day. The finished day doesn't complete the unfinished things. They're separate, different. Both can exist. Both do exist. Right now. This is the freedom you need tonight. The freedom to let the day be done, even though your work isn't done. The freedom to rest, even though your tasks are incomplete. The freedom to sleep, even though your to-do list still has items on it. Because the day being finished and your tasks being unfinished are not contradictory. They're just different categories of reality. The day is a container. It holds whatever you put in it, and when the container's time is up, when the 24 hours have elapsed, when the rotation is complete, the container closes, done, finished, complete, and whatever was inside, finished or unfinished, comes along for the ride. The container doesn't stay open just because its contents are incomplete. The container closes on schedule, always, without exception. Your day is that container, and its time is up. The container is closing, and yes, there are unfinished things inside. But they don't keep the container from closing. They just become part of what was in today's container. Tomorrow will bring a new container, a new day, and those unfinished things can go into tomorrow's container. But today's container, today's day, it's closing now. Whether you're ready or not, whether your tasks are done or not, feel the relief in this. You don't have to finish everything before the day can end. The day ends on its own schedule, and you're allowed to end with it. Unfinished tasks and all. They don't invalidate the finished day. They don't disqualify you from rest. They don't mean you failed. They just mean you're human, living a human life, where tasks accumulate faster than they can be completed, where work is never truly done, where there's always something left undone. And that's okay. That's normal. That's life. Unfinished things are part of every day. They don't make the day incomplete. They make the day realistic, real, true to what life actually is. A series of days containing both finished and unfinished things, both completions and incompletions, both closed loops and open threads, all of it held together in the container of a day. And when the day ends, all of it, finished and unfinished alike, is carried forward into whatever comes next. So, let the day be done now, even with its unfinished things, even with its incomplete tasks, even with its loose ends and open questions and unresolved situations. Let it be done, because it is done. Time has decided. The earth has rotated. Night has fallen. And all those unfinished things, they'll be there tomorrow. Or they won't. But either way, they don't change the fact that today is over. Finished. Complete. Done. The day is done. Your tasks are not done. Both true, both real, both acceptable, both part of being human. And tonight, you're allowed to rest in the finished day, carrying its unfinished things with you into sleep, knowing that tomorrow will bring a new container, a new chance, a new day to work with what remains. But this day is done, and so are you. Unfinished things and all. Your body is not a machine that runs at one constant speed. It's more like a car with gears, different speeds for different times, different modes for different needs. And right now, without you having to do anything, without you having to think about it, without you having to give any command, your body is shifting gears. It's moving from day mode to night mode, from active to rest, from doing to being. You don't have to tell it to do this. You don't have to instruct it. You don't have to consciously direct the shift. It's happening automatically, naturally, the way it's been happening every single day of your life since the day you were born. Your body knows when the day ends, and it knows how to respond. It shifts gears, all on its own. Think about what's happening inside you right now. Your metabolism is slowing. The rate at which your body burns energy is decreasing, not because something is wrong, but because nighttime metabolism is different from daytime metabolism. The body doesn't need the same fuel burn rate when it's preparing for rest, so it shifts down. Lower gear, slower burn, conservation mode. Your digestion is changing too. The way your body processes food in the evening is different from how it processes food in the morning. Slower, more focused on storing than burning, more interested in preparation for the overnight fast than immediate energy production. Your digestive system is shifting gears, moving into night mode. Without any instruction from you, your hormone production is changing. The hormones that kept you alert all day are decreasing. The hormones that prepare you for sleep are increasing. This isn't something you can control with willpower. This isn't something you can think your way into or out of. This is automatic. Your endocrine system is shifting gears. Day hormones down, night hormones up. The transition is happening whether you're aware of it or not. Your brain waves are changing frequency. The fast, alert waves of waking consciousness are slowing down, getting longer, getting smoother, moving from the sharp, quick patterns of active thinking to the slower, rolling patterns of relaxation. Your brain is shifting gears, from high-speed processing to low-speed idling, from alert to drowsy, from beta to alpha to theta, one gear at a time, automatically. Even your immune system is shifting. During the day, your immune function operates one way. At night, it operates differently, more focused on repair, more engaged in cleaning up cellular damage, more active in certain types of defense. Your immune system knows what time it is, and it's shifting gears accordingly, moving into night shift, different priorities, different focus, different gear. All of this is happening right now, without your permission, without your effort, without you having to remember or decide or force. Your body is a self-regulating system. It knows when day ends and night begins. It knows when to shift from one mode to another. It knows how to change gears smoothly, automatically, naturally. You don't have to help it. You don't have to manage it. You don't have to consciously direct the transition. In fact, the more you try to control it, the more you interfere with the natural gear shift. Your body does this better when you leave it alone, when you trust it, when you simply allow the automatic transition to happen. Think about when you're driving a modern car with an automatic transmission. You don't shift the gears yourself. You don't decide when to move from first to second to third. The car does it, automatically, based on speed and load, and 1,000 calculations you're not privy to. And it does it smoothly, seamlessly, without you having to think about it. Your only job is to keep your foot on the gas or the brake. The transmission handles the rest. Your body is the same. It has an automatic transmission. It shifts gears based on time of day and light levels and energy expenditure and 1,000 internal calculations you're not conscious of. Your only job is to not interfere. To not try to stay in day gear when your body is trying to shift into night gear. To not fight the automatic transition that's trying to happen. But you do fight it, don't you? You try to stay in high gear. You try to keep your mind running at daytime speed. You try to maintain daytime alertness even though your body is downshifting. And what happens? The gears grind. The transition becomes rough. The smooth automatic shift becomes a jerky, uncomfortable struggle. Not because your body doesn't know how to shift, but because you're fighting against it. Let the shift happen now. Stop trying to stay in day gear. Stop trying to maintain the speed and alertness and energy of earlier hours. Your body is downshifting. Let it. Allow it. Trust the automatic transmission to do what it's designed to do. Shift from day to night, from active to rest, from high gear to low gear, smoothly, naturally, automatically. Feel it happening. Your thoughts are slower than they were this morning. That's the gear shift. Your body is heavier than it was this afternoon. That's the gear shift. Your eyes are harder to keep open than they were an hour ago. That's the gear shift. Everything in you is moving into a lower gear, a slower speed, a rest mode. And you don't have to do anything except stop resisting it. The day has ended. Your body knows it, and it's responding, shifting gears, moving into the mode that's appropriate for night, for rest, for sleep. This is not something you have to make happen. This is not something you have to achieve. This is automatic, built in, natural. Your body has been doing this every day of your life, and it's doing it again right now. All you have to do is let it. Stop trying to stay in day gear. Stop trying to override the automatic transmission. Stop fighting the natural downshift. Just let your body move into the lower gear, the rest gear, the sleep gear. It knows how. It's doing it right now. Without any command from you, without any effort, without any struggle. Just a smooth, automatic shift from day to night, from active to rest, from one gear to another. Trust the transmission. Trust your body. Trust the automatic gear shift that's been keeping you alive and healthy every single day. It's shifting now, from day to night. And all you have to do is allow it. Stop resisting. Stop fighting. Stop trying to stay in a gear that's no longer appropriate. Let the shift happen. Let your body move into night mode. Let the automatic transmission do its job. You don't need to give the command. The command has already been given by time itself, by the position of the sun, by the hours that have passed, by the darkness outside. Your body has received the command, and it's shifting gears right now, automatically, naturally, perfectly, without needing anything from you except permission to complete the shift without interference. Give that permission now. Let your body shift gears. Let it move into night mode. Let the automatic transmission carry you from day to rest, from activity to sleep, from high gear to low gear, smoothly, effortlessly, naturally. The way it's meant to be, the way it's always been. The gear shift is happening, and you can rest in it, trust it, allow it. No command needed, just automatic transition. From day to night, from awake to asleep. Gear by gear, smoothly. Now, there's a belief buried deep in your mind, so deep you might not even know it's there. The belief that rest is a reward, that sleep is something you have to earn, that the end of the day must be deserved through sufficient productivity, sufficient achievement, sufficient goodness, that you must be worthy of rest before rest is allowed. But this belief is false, completely false. And tonight, you need to hear the truth. You do not have to earn the end of the day. The day ends whether you earned it or not. Rest is not a reward for productivity. Sleep is not a prize for achievement. The end of the day is not conditional on your worthiness. It just comes for everyone, regardless of what they did or didn't do. Think about a newborn baby. What has that baby accomplished? What has that baby produced? What value has that baby added to the world? By productivity standards, nothing. That baby has only consumed, only taken, only required care and attention and resources. And yet, when night comes, that baby sleeps, without earning it, without deserving it, without having to prove worthiness. The baby sleeps because sleep is a biological need, not a merit-based reward. You are no different. You are still, at the most fundamental level, a human organism with biological needs. And those needs exist whether you've been productive or not, whether you've accomplished enough or not, whether you've been good enough or not. Your body needs rest, period. Not because you earned it, but because you're alive. And living things need rest to continue living. The sun doesn't set only for people who had productive days. Rain doesn't fall only on deserving fields. The tide doesn't recede only for worthy shores. Nature operates without a merit system, without a worthiness evaluation, without conditions. The day ends for everyone. The productive and the unproductive, the achievers and the strugglers, the good enough and the not good enough. Everyone, without exception, without evaluation. And yet you lie here, part of your mind calculating. Did I do enough today? Was I productive enough? Did I accomplish enough? Am I good enough? As if the answer to those questions determines whether you're allowed to rest. As if sleep is sitting there, waiting for you to pass some test before it grants you entry. But sleep doesn't work that way. Rest doesn't work that way. The end of the day doesn't work that way. The day ended. That's not a reward. That's not a prize. That's just time passing. The earth rotating, hours accumulating, until they reached the number we call a day. And then the day was over. You didn't earn it. You didn't deserve it. You didn't achieve it. It just happened. The way days always end. Automatically, inevitably, without conditions. Think about someone who had a terrible day. Someone who accomplished nothing. Someone who made mistakes all day long. Someone who failed at everything they tried. Does the day refuse to end for that person? Does night decline to come? Does the earth stop rotating until that person becomes worthy? The day ends for them too. At the same time, in the same way, because the end of the day is not conditional on human achievement. It's conditional on the passage of time. Nothing more. You might feel like you don't deserve rest tonight. You might feel like you didn't do enough to earn it. But those feelings don't change reality. The day is over. Time has passed, and you are allowed to rest. Not because you earned it, but because rest is not something that needs to be earned. Rest is a biological necessity, a human right, a basic need that exists whether you've been productive or not. Imagine if you had to earn your heartbeat, if your heart only beat when you'd accomplished enough. If it stopped whenever you weren't productive enough, you'd be dead. Obviously, because your heart beats whether you deserve it or not. Your lungs breathe whether you've earned it or not. Your cells metabolize whether you're worthy or not. These are not rewards. These are functions, necessary functions, life-sustaining functions that happen automatically, without conditions. Sleep is the same. Rest is the same. The end of the day is the same. They're not rewards. They're necessities. They happen because you're alive. And alive things need rest. Not because you've proven yourself worthy. Not because you've achieved enough. Not because you've earned the right. But because you're a living organism. And living organisms need rest. Period. End of discussion. So let go of the calculation. Let go of the evaluation. Let go of the worthiness assessment. You don't need to pass a test to be allowed to sleep. You don't need to achieve a certain score to deserve rest. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, including yourself. The day is over, and you are allowed to rest, simply because you're human, and humans need rest every day, regardless of productivity, regardless of achievement, regardless of worthiness. This might be hard to accept if you've spent your whole life believing that rest must be earned. If you've been taught that you have to work hard enough, be good enough, do enough before you're allowed to stop. But that teaching was wrong. It was a lie, a harmful lie that's been keeping you from the rest you need, a lie that's been making you exhausted, a lie that's been stealing your peace. The truth is simpler, kinder, more compassionate. You do not have to earn the end of the day. The day ends, and you are allowed to end with it. No conditions, no requirements, no worthiness threshold. Just a simple fact. The day is over, and you are allowed to rest. Now, tonight. Regardless of what you did or didn't do. Regardless of how productive or unproductive you were. Regardless of whether you feel you deserve it or not. You are allowed to rest. Not as a reward, but as a right. A basic human right. The right to stop when the day stops. The right to sleep when your body needs sleep. The right to rest without having to earn it. This right exists. It's yours. It's been yours all along. And no amount of unproductivity, no amount of failure, no amount of not good enough can take it away. You are allowed to rest. Period. So rest now. Not because you earned it, not because you deserve it, but because the day is over and you are human, and humans need rest. That's reason enough. That's always been reason enough. You do not have to earn the end of the day. The day has ended, and you are free to end with it, worthy or not, productive or not, good enough or not. You are allowed. You have always been allowed. And tonight, you can finally accept that permission and rest. You've been thinking about being done as if it's a conclusion, a final determination, a judgment you have to reach after evaluating all the evidence. Did I do enough? Was I productive enough? Can I conclude that I'm done? But that's not what being done for today is. It's not a conclusion. It's a permission. And there's a profound difference between the two. A conclusion requires proof, evidence, justification. You have to build a case. You have to demonstrate that you've met certain criteria. You have to show beyond reasonable doubt that yes, you are indeed done. And the problem with treating done as a conclusion is that the evidence is never quite sufficient. There's always one more thing you could have done, one more task you could have completed, one more way you could have been more productive. The conclusion of being done becomes impossible to reach. But permission doesn't work that way. Permission doesn't require proof. Permission doesn't need justification. Permission doesn't demand evidence. Permission is simply granted or not granted. And tonight, you have permission to be done. Not because you've proven you should be, not because you've concluded you're allowed, but because permission is being offered, and all you have to do is accept it. Think about the difference. When someone concludes something, they're making a judgment based on facts. The trial is over. The evidence has been presented. The verdict is reached. Guilty or not guilty, done or not done. It's final, definitive, based on meeting certain standards. And if the standards aren't met, the conclusion can't be reached. You're not done. Keep working. Keep trying. Keep pushing. The conclusion denies you rest. But when someone gives you permission, they're not evaluating whether you deserve it. They're not judging whether you've met the standards. They're simply saying you're allowed. You can. It's okay. Permission doesn't require you to be good enough. It doesn't require you to have accomplished enough. It doesn't require anything except your willingness to accept it. Permission is a gift, not a verdict. And tonight, you're being given permission, not by me, not by anyone external, but by the simple reality that the day has ended, that time has passed, that your body needs rest. The universe is giving you permission to be done. Life is giving you permission. Your own biology is giving you permission. And the only question is, will you accept it? Most nights, you don't. Most nights, you reject the permission. You say, but I didn't finish everything. You say, but I wasn't productive enough. You say, but I don't deserve to stop yet. You treat being done as a conclusion that requires proof, and you find the evidence lacking. So you reject the permission. You stay up. You keep trying. You push through because you're waiting for a conclusion instead of accepting a permission. But tonight can be different. Tonight, you can hear the offer of permission. You can recognize it for what it is. Not a judgment on your productivity, not a verdict on your worthiness. Just a simple offer. You are allowed to be done for today. The day has ended, and you have permission to end with it. Do you notice how different that feels from trying to conclude whether you're done? Trying to conclude requires mental energy, evaluation, judgment, comparison. Did I do enough compared to what I should have done? Did I accomplish enough compared to what I wanted to accomplish? It's exhausting, and it's endless. Because the standards are always just slightly out of reach. The conclusion is always just slightly out of grasp. But accepting permission requires no energy, no evaluation, no judgment. Someone is offering you something. You simply say yes or no. And tonight, the offer is on the table. You have permission to be done for today. Will you accept it? That's the only question. Not whether you deserve it, not whether you've earned it, not whether you've proven it. Just will you accept the permission being offered? Think about a child asking if they can stop playing now. The parent doesn't evaluate how much fun the child has had, doesn't measure whether the child played sufficiently, doesn't calculate whether the child deserves to stop. The parent simply gives permission. Yes, you can stop now. It's time to come inside. And the child accepts. They don't argue. They don't debate whether they've played enough. They simply hear the permission and accept it. You can do the same. The day is saying to you, yes, you can stop now. It's time to rest. This is not a conclusion based on your productivity. This is a permission based on the passage of time. The day is over. You are allowed to be done. Do you hear it? Do you accept it? You don't have to agree that you've done enough. You don't have to feel satisfied with your accomplishments. You don't have to conclude that you met your own standards. None of that matters for permission. Permission exists independent of your evaluation. You are being given permission to be done. Whether you feel you've earned it or not, whether you think you deserve it or not, whether you've concluded you should be done or not, the permission is there, offered, available, waiting for you to accept it. So accept it now, not as a conclusion, not as a judgment, not as a verdict on your day, but as a simple permission. You are allowed to be done for today. Say yes. Accept the offer. Take the permission that's being freely given. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to prove you deserve it. You just have to accept it. I accept permission to be done for today. Say it. Feel what happens when you say it. Notice that it's different from saying, I conclude that I'm done for today. Conclusion requires justification. Permission requires only acceptance. And acceptance is easy. Acceptance is simple. Acceptance is just saying yes to an offer. The offer is on the table. You have permission to be done, to stop, to rest, to sleep. This permission doesn't depend on what you did today. It doesn't depend on what you didn't do. It doesn't depend on your productivity or your achievement or your worthiness. It simply exists. Because the day has ended, and when days end, humans are given permission to rest. It's automatic, universal, available to everyone, including you. So, take it, accept it, receive it, not as something you've concluded you deserve, but as something you're being freely given. Permission to be done. For today, no strings attached, no conditions, no requirements, just permission. Offered, available, yours, if you'll accept it. Will you? Will you accept permission to be done for today? Will you stop treating it as a conclusion? You have to reach and start treating it as a gift you can receive. Will you say yes to the offer? The permission is here. It's real. It's yours. All you have to do is accept it and rest. You're feeling it right now. The decline, the decrease, the fading. Your energy is not what it was this morning, not what it was this afternoon, not even what it was an hour ago. It's lower, diminished, running out. And somewhere in your mind, there's a voice calling this a failure, calling this weakness, calling this something you should be able to overcome with more willpower, more discipline, more effort. But that voice is wrong. Your declining energy is not a failure. It's a signal, a message, information from your body about the state of your resources. And the message is clear: you have reached your limit. Not because you're weak, not because you're lazy, but because you're human. And humans have limits, daily limits. Limits that reset with sleep and get depleted with use. Limits that are natural, healthy, necessary. Think about your phone battery. You start the day at full charge. Throughout the day, you use your phone, apps, calls, texts, browsing, and slowly, inevitably, the battery percentage decreases. 90%, 80%, 70%, down and down until finally, by evening, you're at 20%, 15, 10, and then the low battery warning appears. Is that warning a failure? Is your phone broken because its battery is low? Is it weak, defective? No, it's functioning exactly as designed. Batteries store a finite amount of energy. Using the phone depletes that energy. The battery percentage decreasing is not a malfunction. It's information. It's the phone telling you, I've been working all day. My reserves are low. I need to be recharged. You are no different. You started this day with a certain amount of energy, mental energy, physical energy, emotional energy, and throughout the day, you used it, thinking, moving, feeling, working, interacting, coping, and slowly, inevitably, your energy decreased. Not because something is wrong with you, but because that's how energy works. It gets used, it gets depleted, it runs low, and when it does, it sends a signal, a message, a low energy warning, and that warning is not a failure. It's information. The information is simple. You have reached your natural limit for today. Your energy reserves are low. You need rest. You need recharge. You need sleep. This is not a judgment on your character. This is not a reflection of your worth. This is just data, biological data. Your system reporting its current state. Low energy, needs rest. That's all. But you've been taught to interpret this signal as a personal failing. You've been taught that running out of energy means you're not strong enough, not disciplined enough, not good enough. You've been taught that you should be able to keep going regardless of your energy levels. That willpower should be able to override biology. That you should be able to push through exhaustion and maintain the same level of function you had hours ago. This teaching is cruel and false. Your body is not designed to maintain constant energy levels for 24 hours. No human body is. Energy fluctuates throughout the day. It peaks, it valleys, it rises and falls in natural cycles. And by evening, after hours of use, after continuous output, after sustained effort, energy is supposed to be low. That's not a bug. That's a feature. That's the design working correctly. Declining energy is your body's way of protecting you, of preventing you from burning out, of insisting on the rest you need before you damage yourself. If energy never declined, if you never felt tired, if exhaustion never set in, you would work yourself to death. Literally. You would push and push until your system collapsed. The decline in energy is a protective mechanism, a safety feature, a signal that says, stop now before you hurt yourself. And you're receiving that signal right now. Your energy is low. Your reserves are depleted. Your system is telling you it's time to stop. And this is not something to feel ashamed of. This is not something to fight against. This is not something to overcome. This is something to listen to honor, to respect. Your body is giving you accurate information. And the information is, you have reached your limit. For today, time to rest. Think about athletes. When they train, they monitor their energy expenditure carefully. They know they can't train at maximum intensity all day, every day. They know they need rest days, recovery periods, time for their bodies to rebuild the energy they've spent. And when they feel their energy declining, they don't call it weakness. They call it time to rest. They understand that declining energy is a signal, not a failure, a message, not a flaw. You are no different from those athletes. You've been training all day, not in a gym, but in life. Mental training, emotional training, social training. Every interaction, every decision, every thought, every feeling, it all requires energy. And you've been spending that energy all day long. And now it's low. And that's okay. That's normal. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. Declining energy is the natural result of a day spent living. So stop fighting the decline. Stop judging it. Stop calling it failure. It's not failure. It's information. Your body is telling you something true, something important, something you need to hear. The message is, you have used your available energy for today. Your reserves are low. You need rest. You need recharge. You need to stop. This is not a character flaw. This is not a weakness. This is biology. This is how human bodies work. They have energy. They use energy. They run low on energy. They need to rest to restore energy. This cycle repeats every single day, for every single person, without exception. And right now, you're in the low energy part of the cycle. And that's exactly where you're supposed to be at this hour. After this many hours awake, after this much output, low energy, needing rest, normal, healthy, right. Listen to the signal now. Really listen. Not to judge it, not to fight it, but to receive the information it's offering. Your energy is low. That's the signal. And the signal is true. Your body is not lying to you. Your body is not exaggerating. Your body is giving you accurate data about your current state. And the data says, limit reached, energy depleted, rest needed. Now. So rest. Not because you're weak, not because you're failing, but because you're receiving accurate information from a reliable source. Your body, your energy levels, your internal monitoring system that's been keeping you alive and functional for your entire life. Trust the signal. Honor the information. Accept the message. Your energy has declined, and that decline is not a failure. It's a signal, and the signal is telling you exactly what you need to do. Rest now, tonight, because your natural limit has been reached, and that's not a problem. That's just true. Notice what's happening to your attention right now. Notice how it's changed from earlier today. This morning, you could hold multiple things in your awareness simultaneously. You could think about your schedule while making breakfast, while listening to the news, while planning your day. Your attention was wide, expansive, capable of spreading across many things at once. But now your attention is different, smaller, narrower. You can barely hold one thought at a time. And even that one thought feels slippery, hard to grasp, difficult to maintain. Your attention is collapsing inward, narrowing, focusing on less and less, until soon it will focus on almost nothing at all. This is not a problem. This is not attention deficit. This is not your mind failing. This is your brain doing exactly what it's designed to do at the end of a long day. Your attention naturally narrows as the day ends. It has to. It's supposed to. This narrowing is protective, necessary, healthy. Think about a camera lens. During the day, you need a wide angle. You need to see everything, monitor everything, be aware of everything. Threats, opportunities, tasks, people, information. So much coming at you from so many directions. Your attention needs to be wide to handle it all, like a camera with the aperture open, taking in as much light as possible, seeing as much of the scene as possible. But at night, you don't need that wide angle anymore. The day is done. The threats have passed. The opportunities have come and gone. The tasks can wait until tomorrow. There's nothing you need to monitor right now, nothing you need to be widely aware of. So your attention narrows, like a camera closing its aperture, letting in less light, focusing on a smaller area. Not because the camera is broken, but because that's the appropriate setting for the current conditions. Your brain is that camera. And right now, it's closing the aperture, narrowing the focus, limiting the field of view. Because there's nothing out there that needs your wide attention anymore. The day is over, and your brain knows it. So it's pulling your attention inward, making it smaller, more focused, more limited, preparing you for sleep. You've probably noticed this in practical ways. Earlier today, you could read a whole page and remember what it said. Now, you can barely finish a paragraph before your mind wanders. Earlier, you could follow complex conversations with multiple people. Now, even simple conversations feel overwhelming. Earlier, you could make decisions quickly, weighing multiple factors. Now, even small decisions feel impossibly complicated. This is attention narrowing, your brain reducing the bandwidth, limiting the processing power, conserving resources. And it's doing this automatically, without your permission, without your conscious direction. Your brain is managing your attention based on time of day and energy levels and biological need. And right now, it has decided narrow the focus, reduce the field, pull attention inward. And this narrowing serves a purpose. It protects you from overload. Imagine trying to maintain full daytime attention levels all night long, trying to keep your awareness wide and expansive and alert to everything. It would be exhausting, impossible, damaging. You need your attention to narrow. You need your focus to shrink. You need your awareness to contract, so you can rest, so you can let go, so you can stop monitoring everything and just be. The narrowing of attention is the beginning of sleep. As your attention gets smaller and smaller, as it focuses on less and less, as it pulls further and further inward, you move closer to unconsciousness. Eventually, your attention will narrow so much that it focuses on nothing external at all. Just internal sensations. Just breathing, just the body. And then even those will fade, and you'll be asleep. But you fight this, don't you? You notice your attention narrowing and you judge it. You think something is wrong. You think you should be able to focus better. Think more clearly. Hold more in your awareness. So you force it. You push your attention back outward. You try to expand the focus. You fight against the natural narrowing. And what happens? You create tension, frustration, exhaustion, because you're fighting against a biological process that's trying to help you rest. Stop fighting it. Let your attention narrow. Let your focus shrink. Let your awareness contract. This is supposed to happen. This is your brain taking care of you, pulling you away from the wide, alert, daytime attention that's no longer needed, guiding you toward the narrow, limited, nighttime attention that leads to sleep. Right now, your attention can probably only hold this one thing, these words, this voice, this moment, and even that is getting harder. Your mind is wandering, drifting, unable to maintain focus for long. And that's perfect. That's exactly right. Your attention is narrowing down to almost nothing, almost ready for sleep, almost ready to let go completely. Let it happen. Let your attention shrink. Don't try to hold on to multiple thoughts. Don't try to think about tomorrow. Don't try to process the day. Don't try to maintain wide awareness. Just let your attention narrow to this one thing, this breath, this moment, this sensation of lying here. That's all. Nothing more. Narrow, small, limited, almost nothing. And as your attention narrows, notice how peaceful it becomes. When your attention was wide, you had to monitor everything, track everything, worry about everything. So many things competing for your awareness, so much to pay attention to. But now, as your attention narrows, there's less to monitor, less to track, less to worry about. The field of awareness is shrinking, and with it, the burden of attention is shrinking too. Soon, your attention will be so narrow that it can only focus on one thing at a time. Your breathing, the sensation of the pillow, the weight of the blanket, and then even those will start to fade. Your attention narrowing further, becoming so small that there's almost nothing in the field of awareness, almost nothing to focus on, almost nothing to pay attention to. Just the edge of consciousness, the border between awake and asleep, narrow, small, almost gone. This is natural. This is healthy. This is your brain doing exactly what it needs to do to prepare you for sleep. Let it happen. Let your attention narrow. Let your focus shrink. Let your awareness contract down to almost nothing. Don't fight it. Don't resist it. Don't try to maintain daytime levels of attention when your brain is pulling you toward nighttime levels of rest. Your attention is narrowing right now, naturally, automatically, protectively, and all you have to do is allow it. Let it get smaller. Let it focus on less. Let it contract inward until there's almost nothing left to pay attention to. Just breath, just body, just this moment. Narrow, small, quiet, almost nothing, almost sleep. The natural narrowing of attention at day's end. Happening now, leading you home, to rest, to sleep, to the peace of almost no attention at all. You're lying here thinking about pushing through, staying up a little longer, trying to do just one more thing, squeezing a little more productivity out of this day, And part of you thinks this would be beneficial, thinks something would be gained, thinks pushing past your body's limits tonight would create value tomorrow. But it wouldn't. Nothing benefits from pushing past tonight. Not you, not your work, not your relationships, not your goals, not tomorrow. Nothing gains, everything loses. When you push past your natural stopping point, when you override your body's need for rest, when you force yourself to continue, when continuation is no longer sustainable, you don't create value, you destroy it. Think about what happens when you push too hard, when you stay up late forcing yourself to work, when you override exhaustion with willpower, when you refuse to stop even though your body is begging you to stop. You might get something done. You might check one more thing off your list. But at what cost? At what quality? The work you do when you're exhausted is not good work. It's error-prone, sloppy, inefficient. You make mistakes you wouldn't make if you were rested. You miss things you wouldn't miss if you were alert. You take twice as long to do things that would take half the time tomorrow morning. The work doesn't benefit from your exhausted effort. The work suffers from it. Your body doesn't benefit either. When you push past exhaustion, you accumulate stress. You release cortisol. You strain your systems. You deprive yourself of the recovery time that's essential for health. Your immune system weakens. Your cognitive function declines. Your emotional regulation deteriorates. Nothing about your body improves from being forced past its limit. Everything degrades. Your relationships don't benefit. When you're exhausted, you're irritable, impatient, less empathetic, less present. You say things you wouldn't say if you were rested. You react in ways you wouldn't react if you had energy. You damage connections that matter to you. All because you pushed past the point where you could be the person you want to be. The relationships don't benefit. They suffer. Your mental health doesn't benefit. Pushing past exhaustion increases anxiety, deepens depression, amplifies stress, makes everything feel harder than it is. Your ability to cope, to regulate, to maintain perspective, all of it declines when you refuse to rest. Nothing about your mental well-being improves from pushing through. Everything becomes more difficult. Even tomorrow doesn't benefit. You think staying up late tonight will give you a head start on tomorrow. But it won't, because you'll wake up more tired, more depleted, less capable. Whatever small gain you made tonight will be erased by the decreased function tomorrow. You'll be slower, foggier, less productive. The math doesn't work. Stealing from sleep to buy a little extra time tonight is a terrible trade. You lose more tomorrow than you gain tonight. So what does benefit from pushing past tonight? Nothing. Literally nothing. No area of your life improves. No goal gets closer. No value gets created. All you do is damage. Damage to your body. Damage to your work. Damage to your relationships. Damage to your mental health. Damage to tomorrow's capacity. Damage without gain. Cost without benefit. Loss without profit. And yet you're tempted to do it anyway. You're tempted to push, to override, to force, because you've been taught that more is always better, that pushing harder always creates more value, that rest is wasted time and productivity is the only thing that matters. But this teaching is wrong, harmfully wrong, destructively wrong. There's a point in every day where continuing becomes counterproductive, where more effort creates less result, where pushing harder produces worse outcomes. And you've reached that point. You reached it hours ago. And everything past that point is not productive. It's destructive. It's not creating value. It's destroying it. And nothing benefits from that destruction. Nothing gains from that damage. Nothing improves from that cost. So stop. Right now. Stop thinking about what else you could do tonight. Stop calculating whether you have time for one more thing. Stop trying to squeeze productivity out of a day that has no more productivity to give. The well is dry. The tank is empty. The day is done. And forcing it to continue past its natural end doesn't refill the well, doesn't add fuel to the tank, doesn't extend the day. It just damages you. And nothing benefits from that damage. Think about a plant. A plant grows during the day. It uses sunlight to create energy, to build cells, to extend roots and leaves and stems. But at night, the plant stops growing. Not because it's lazy, not because it's giving up, but because growth requires light. And there's no light at night. So, the plant rests. It conserves. It maintains. It doesn't try to keep growing in darkness. Because growing in darkness would be counterproductive. It would use energy without the resources to replenish that energy. The plant would damage itself, trying to do something that can't be done effectively in these conditions. You are like that plant. You grew today. You worked. You produced. You extended yourself. But now the light is gone. The resources are depleted. The conditions for productive growth no longer exist. And trying to keep growing anyway. Trying to keep producing anyway. Trying to keep working anyway. It won't create growth. It will create damage. You'll use energy you don't have. You'll strain systems that need rest. You'll try to do something that can't be done effectively in these conditions. And nothing will benefit. You'll just harm yourself. For no gain. The plant knows to stop when the sun sets. Animals know to rest when their energy is depleted. Every natural system knows there's a point where continuing becomes damaging, where pushing forward becomes falling backward, where more effort creates less result. And you know this too. Your body is telling you. Your energy levels are telling you. Your declining attention is telling you. You've reached that point where nothing benefits from continuing, where everything suffers from pushing, where the only wise choice is to stop. So stop. Not because you're weak, not because you're giving up, not because you can't handle more, but because pushing past tonight creates no value, benefits nothing, helps no one, improves nothing. It only damages, only costs, only takes. And you don't need to pay that cost. You don't need to accept that damage. You can simply stop, right here, right now, and let tonight be the natural end, the wise end, the beneficial end, where you stop, not because you failed, but because you succeeded. You succeeded in recognizing when enough is enough, when more becomes less, when pushing becomes damaging, and you chose to stop for your own benefit and for the benefit of everything that matters to you. Nothing benefits from pushing past tonight. Everything benefits from stopping now. So stop, rest, let this be enough, because it is. There's a truth you need to accept tonight. The day is not holding anything back. It's not hiding opportunities you haven't found. It's not concealing possibilities you haven't explored. The day has already given what it can. Everything it had to offer, it offered, and what you received is all there was to receive. There's nothing left. The day is empty, spent, complete. Think about the day like a fruit tree. In the morning, the tree is full, branches heavy with fruit, ripe, ready, abundant. And throughout the day, you picked from that tree. You took what you needed. You gathered what you could. Some fruit you ate immediately. Some you saved. Some you shared. Some you missed. But you picked all day, taking from the tree, receiving what it offered. And now it's evening, and the tree is different. Most of the low-hanging fruit is gone. The easy pickings have been picked. What remains is higher up, harder to reach, smaller, less ripe. And you're standing there, tired, looking up at the few pieces of fruit still on the tree, thinking maybe you should climb up there. Maybe you should stretch a little further. Maybe there's something valuable still waiting to be picked. But look at the tree honestly. What's left is not the good fruit. The good fruit was picked already. What's left is what wasn't worth picking earlier. Too small, too green, too difficult to reach. And your energy to climb, to stretch, to reach for difficult fruit, that energy is gone. You're tired. Your basket is full of the fruit you already picked, and the tree has given what it can give. Trying to squeeze more from it now won't produce abundance. It will produce frustration, exhaustion, injury from climbing when you're too tired to climb safely. The day is that tree. And it's empty now, not because you failed to take everything, but because the day had a finite amount to give, and it gave it. Some of what it gave, you received well, you made use of, you benefited from. Some of what it gave, you missed, you didn't see, you let pass by. But none of that changes the fact that the day has now given everything it had. There's nothing left to take. The tree is empty. The day is done. You might feel like you didn't get enough, like there should have been more, like if you just try harder, look more carefully, reach a little further, you'll find something the day is still holding, but you won't, because there's nothing left to find. The day doesn't have a secret reserve. It doesn't have a hidden stash of opportunities and moments and possibilities that it's keeping from you. It gave everything. And what you didn't receive wasn't being held back. It was lost, passed by, gone, not waiting for you to find it, simply gone. This is hard to accept, because it feels like giving up, like admitting defeat, like saying you failed to get everything you could have gotten. But that's not what this is. This is accepting reality, the reality that days are finite, that time is limited, that every day contains only so much. And when that amount has been given, when those hours have passed, when those opportunities have come and gone, there's nothing more. The day is complete, not because you completed it, but because it completed itself. It ran its course. It gave what it had, and now it's empty. Think about water in a well. You can draw from the well all day, bucket after bucket, and the well gives what it has, the water that's available. But eventually, if you keep drawing, you reach the bottom. The well is empty, not dry forever, It will refill. Rain will come. Groundwater will seep in. But right now, this moment, the well is empty, and you can stand there with your bucket, lowering it down, pulling it up, hoping for water. But there won't be any, because the well has already given what it can, and there's nothing left until it refills. The day is that well, and you've been drawing from it all day. Energy, opportunities, moments, experiences, and the day gave what it had. But now the bucket comes up empty, not because you're drawing wrong, not because you're not trying hard enough, but because the well is empty. The day has given what it can, and there's nothing left to draw. You can keep lowering your bucket, keep hoping for one more thing, keep trying to extract more from a day that has nothing more to give, but it won't work. The well is empty, the day is done, and this is okay. This is natural. This is how days work. They fill with possibility in the morning, they give throughout the day, and they empty by evening. Every day, without exception. No day is infinite. No day has unlimited resources. Every day has a capacity. And when that capacity is reached, when everything has been given, the day is done, empty, complete, ready to end so tomorrow can begin. So the well can refill, so the tree can grow new fruit, so new possibilities can emerge. But tonight, this day, it's empty, and you need to accept that. You need to stop searching for what isn't there. Stop reaching for fruit that's already been picked or wasn't worth picking in the first place. Stop lowering your bucket into an empty well. The day has given what it can, and what you have, what you received, what you experienced. That's all there was. It might feel like not enough, but it's all there was. The day is complete, not full, but complete. It gave everything, and there's nothing left. So stop trying to get more from this day. Stop pushing for one more thing. Stop thinking there's something valuable still hidden in these remaining hours. There isn't. The day is empty. What it had to offer, it offered. What you received is what there was to receive, and what you missed is gone. Not hiding, not waiting, just gone, passed by, part of the emptiness of a day that's given everything and has nothing more to give. Accept the empty day. Accept that there's nothing left to take from it. Accept that it gave what it could, and that was all it had. And let that acceptance free you. Free you from searching, from striving, from trying to squeeze water from an empty well. The day is done, empty, complete. It gave everything. And now it's time to let it go. To release the empty day. To stop trying to take from what has nothing left to give. The day has already given what it can, and that's enough. Not because it gave you everything you wanted, but because it gave everything it had. And there's nothing more, nothing left, nothing to search for, just an empty day. Ready to end, ready to make space for tomorrow. When the well will refill, when the tree will bear new fruit, when a new day will have new things to give. But this day is empty, done, complete. It gave what it could, and there's nothing more to take. Something remarkable is about to happen. Something that's been waiting all day for permission to begin. Something that can't start until you stop. Right now, as you lie here, as you let go, as you allow this day to end, your body is preparing to do something extraordinary. It's preparing to repair, to rebuild, to restore. But it can't begin this work while you're still pushing, still going, still demanding more from systems that need to shift into maintenance mode. The repair begins when the day stops, and the day is stopping now. Think about a road. All day, cars drive on it, trucks, buses, thousands of vehicles creating wear, creating damage, creating cracks and potholes and stress. The road gets worn down throughout the day, every hour, every minute. Continuous damage from continuous use. And that damage needs to be repaired. But you can't repair a road while traffic is still flowing. You can't fix the cracks while cars are driving over them. You can't fill the potholes while trucks are creating new ones. The traffic has to stop. The road has to close. And only then can the repair crews come in and do their work. Your body is that road. And all day, you've been running traffic across it. Thoughts, emotions, stress, activity, continuous use creating continuous damage. Cells wearing out, tissues breaking down, systems accumulating stress. And your body needs to repair this damage, needs to rebuild what was broken down, needs to restore what was depleted. But it can't do this while you're still running traffic, while you're still active, while you're still demanding function from systems that need to shift into repair mode. The repair begins when the day stops. When you stop, when the traffic finally ceases and the work crews can come in. And that's happening now. Right now. As you lie here, as you let go, as you stop pushing and start resting. Your body is beginning the repair work, the restoration work, the rebuilding work that's been waiting all day for this moment, the moment when you finally stop and let your body do what it needs to do. Repair. Your cells are preparing to clean themselves all day. They've been producing waste, byproducts of metabolism, cellular debris, damaged proteins, things that need to be cleared out. But the cleaning can't happen efficiently while the cells are still working, still producing, still active. The cleaning happens during rest, during sleep, when cellular activity slows down enough for the maintenance systems to catch up, to clear out the waste, to restore order, to prepare for tomorrow. Your muscles are preparing to rebuild. All day, you've been using them, creating tiny tears in the muscle fibers, depleting energy stores, accumulating metabolic waste. And your muscles need to repair those tears, refill those stores, clear that waste. But they can't do this efficiently while you're still using them, still moving, still creating new damage. The repair happens during rest, during stillness, during sleep, when the muscles can finally stop working and start rebuilding. Your brain is preparing to consolidate. All day, you've been learning, experiencing, processing, creating new neural connections, storing new information. And your brain needs to organize all of this, needs to strengthen important connections, prune unnecessary ones, move information from temporary storage to long-term memory. But this consolidation can't happen while you're still actively processing, still thinking, still taking in new information. The consolidation happens during sleep, during rest, when the brain can finally stop responding to the world and start organizing what it learned from the world. Your immune system is preparing to strengthen. All day, it's been defending, fighting off pathogens, monitoring for threats, responding to inflammation. And your immune system needs time to build up its forces, to produce more immune cells, to strengthen its defenses, to prepare for tomorrow's battles. But this building up can't happen efficiently during waking hours. During activity, the immune system gets stronger during sleep. During rest, when energy can be diverted from daily function to defensive preparation, all of these repair processes are waiting, ready, prepared to begin. But they can't begin while you're still demanding daytime function from your body, while you're still active, still alert, still running traffic across the road. They need you to stop, to rest, to shift into sleep. And then, automatically, without any conscious direction from you, the repair will begin. The restoration will start. The rebuilding will commence. And this repair is not optional. This is not a luxury. This is essential, critical, necessary for survival. Without this nightly repair, your body would break down. Cells would fill with waste until they couldn't function. Muscles would deteriorate. Brain function would decline. The immune system would collapse. You need this repair every single night, and your body is desperate to begin it. But it's been waiting all day for you to stop, for the day to end, for permission to shift from function mode to repair mode. And that permission is being granted now, right now, as you lie here, as you let go, as you allow your body to stop functioning and start repairing. The traffic is stopping, the road is closing, and the repair crews are moving in. Your cells, your muscles, your brain, your immune system, all of them shifting into repair mode. Beginning the work that can only happen when the day stops. You don't have to do anything to make this happen. You don't have to direct the repair. You don't have to manage the restoration. You just have to stop. Stop demanding function. Stop running traffic. Stop pushing your body to keep working. And your body will take care of the rest. Automatically, naturally, perfectly. The repair will begin. The restoration will proceed. The rebuilding will happen, all while you sleep, all while you rest, all while you finally, mercifully, stop. So stop now, completely. Let the day end. Let your body shift from function to repair. Let the maintenance crews take over. Let the healing begin. Your body has been waiting all day for this moment. The moment when it can finally stop responding to your demands and start taking care of itself. The moment when repair can begin. And that moment is now. The day has stopped, and your body is beginning to repair, to restore, to rebuild, preparing you for tomorrow, healing you from today. Doing the essential work that can only happen when you finally, completely, truly stop. The repair has begun, and all you have to do is rest and let it happen. The body knows what to do. The healing knows how to proceed. The repair begins when the day stops, and the day has stopped, and the healing has begun. Rest now, let it work. Let it restore, let it repair. The day has stopped, and your body is taking care of you now. There's a window of time each day when your mind and body are aligned for productive work, when your energy is high, when your focus is sharp, when your capacity to create and accomplish and move things forward is at its peak. This window opens in the morning. It stays open for hours, and then, gradually, inevitably, it begins to close. And right now, tonight, That window is closed, completely closed. You are no longer in today's productive window. Think about a flower that only blooms during certain hours. Morning glory opens with the sunrise, blooms beautifully through the morning. And then, as afternoon arrives, it closes. The petals fold inward, the bloom withdraws, and no amount of wanting, no amount of wishing, no amount of effort can make that flower bloom again until the next morning. The window for blooming has closed, and trying to force the flower to bloom outside its natural window would only damage it. You are like that flower. Your productive window opened this morning. You bloomed, you functioned, you worked and thought and created during the hours when your window was open, but now the window has closed. Not because you chose to close it, not because you gave up, but because productive windows have natural opening and closing times. And yours has closed. The petals have folded. The bloom has withdrawn. And trying to force productivity now, outside your natural window, won't create blooming. It will create damage. Your productive window is determined by biology, not willpower. It's controlled by circadian rhythms you don't consciously manage, by hormone cycles you don't direct, by energy patterns you don't choose. Your body opens the productive window in the morning when conditions are right, when cortisol rises, when body temperature increases, when alertness hormones peak, and your body closes the window in the evening when those conditions reverse, when hormones shift, when temperature drops, when the biological signals all say the window for productivity has closed. Time for a different mode, time for rest, and you can feel it, can't you? You can feel that the window is closed. Tasks that would have been simple this morning feel impossible now. Decisions that would have been easy this afternoon feel overwhelming. Creating anything new feels like pushing a boulder uphill. Your mind is slow. Your body is heavy. Your energy is gone. These are not signs that you're failing. These are signs that your productive window has closed and you're trying to work outside of it, which doesn't work, which can't work, which will never work because the window is closed. Imagine a store with business hours, open from 9 to 5, and at 5 o'clock, the store closes, the lights go off, the door locks, the open sign flips to closed, and someone walks up at 6 o'clock and tries to shop. They pull on the door. It's locked. They peer through the window. The store is dark. They knock. No one answers. Because the store is closed. The business hours have ended. And no amount of need, no amount of urgency, no amount of, but I really need to shop, will open that store. The window for shopping has closed. Come back tomorrow when it opens again. Your body is that store. And the business hours for productivity have ended. The window is closed. The lights are off. The door is locked. You can keep trying to be productive. Keep pulling on the door. Keep knocking. Keep insisting that you really need to get something done. But the store is closed. Your productive window is closed. And nothing you do will open it again tonight. It will open tomorrow, when the conditions are right, when the hormones shift, when the energy returns. But tonight, the window is closed. And you need to accept that. This doesn't mean you're lazy. This doesn't mean you lack discipline. This doesn't mean you're not trying hard enough. This means you're human. With a human body, that has natural windows for different functions. A window for productivity, a window for rest, a window for sleep. And right now, the productivity window is closed, and the rest window is open. And trying to operate in the wrong window, trying to be productive when your body is designed to rest, is like trying to shop in a closed store. It doesn't work. It creates frustration, and it accomplishes nothing. You've probably noticed this pattern in your life. There are times of day when you feel sharp, clear, capable, and there are times when you feel foggy, slow, incapable. These aren't random fluctuations in your character. These are windows opening and closing. Your productive window is open during certain hours and closed during others, and trying to force productivity during the closed hours doesn't make you more productive. It makes you exhausted, frustrated, and ultimately less productive tomorrow because you didn't rest when rest was needed. Professional athletes understand this. They train during their optimal performance windows, when their bodies are ready, when their energy is high, when the window is open, and they rest during the closed windows. They don't try to train at peak intensity at midnight. They don't try to push their bodies to perform outside the optimal window, because they understand that windows close for a reason, that trying to operate outside the window creates injury, not improvement, that respecting the window is what creates sustainable high performance. You need the same wisdom. You need to recognize when your productive window has closed, when the optimal hours for work have passed, when your body and mind are no longer in a state that supports productivity, and you need to stop trying to work during closed hours, not because you're giving up, but because you're being smart, strategic, sustainable. You're respecting the window, honoring the natural cycles, working with your biology instead of against it. And right now, your window is closed, completely closed. You are no longer in today's productive window. The hours when productivity was possible have passed. The energy that supported focused work has been depleted. The mental clarity that enabled good decisions has faded. The window that was open this morning, that stayed open through the afternoon, that gradually closed as evening arrived, is now completely shut, locked, dark, unavailable until tomorrow. So stop trying to work through a closed window. Stop trying to shop in a closed store. Stop trying to make a morning glory bloom at midnight. The window is closed, and that's not a judgment on you. That's not a failure. That's just the truth of how human bodies work. We have windows, they open, they close. And right now, yours is closed. For productivity, for work, for pushing forward, the window is closed. And it won't open again until tomorrow, until you've rested, until you've slept, until your body has had time to restore the conditions that allow the window to open again. Accept the closed window. Stop fighting it. Stop trying to pry it open with willpower. Stop insisting that you can still be productive if you just try harder. You can't. The window is closed, and trying to work through it creates nothing but frustration and exhaustion. Let the closed window be closed. Let today's productive time be finished. Let the hours that supported work be over. The window has closed, and the only wise response is to accept it, to honor it, to stop trying to operate in a window that no longer exists. Today's productive window is closed, and you are free to stop trying to work through it. Free to accept that productivity time is over. Free to let the closed window be closed and wait for tomorrow, when it will open again, fresh, new, ready. But tonight the window is closed, and you can rest in that truth. The window is closed. Today's productivity is done, and you are no longer in the window. You're outside it, in the rest time, in the closed hours, in the night, where productivity doesn't happen, where work isn't possible, where the only thing that makes sense is to stop trying and rest. The window is closed, and that's okay. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. Closed. Until tomorrow, when it opens again, listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Because this might be the most important truth you hear tonight. Continuing now is optional, not required, not mandatory, not expected. Optional. You do not have to keep going. You do not have to do one more thing. You do not have to push through. There is no requirement that you continue, no expectation that you keep working, no obligation that you stay awake and keep trying. Continuing is a choice, and you can choose not to. This feels wrong, doesn't it? It feels like continuing is required, like you have to keep going, like stopping is not allowed unless you've met certain conditions, unless you've done enough, unless you've earned it. But that feeling is lying to you. Continuing is optional. It has always been optional. You've just been acting like it's required, like you have no choice, like you must keep going whether you want to or not. But you do have a choice. You've always had a choice. And the choice includes stopping, right now, without doing anything more. Think about the word optional. What does it mean? It means you can, but you don't have to. It means the choice is yours. It means no one is requiring this of you. No one is demanding it. No one will punish you if you choose not to. Optional means free, voluntary, up to you, and continuing now, continuing past this point, continuing when you're exhausted and depleted and at the end of your capacity. That's optional, completely optional. But you don't feel like it's optional, do you? You feel like you have to keep going, like there's some force, some requirement, some obligation that mandates continuation. But where is that force? Where is that requirement? Where is that obligation? Who is demanding that you continue? Your boss. They're not here. They don't know if you're working or sleeping right now. Your family. They want you to rest. They want you to sleep. They're not requiring you to keep going. Yourself. Why are you requiring yourself to continue when every part of you wants to stop? The truth is, no one is requiring continuation. The feeling that you must keep going is not based on external requirement. It's based on internal pressure. Pressure you've created. Pressure you're maintaining. Pressure you can release. Because it's not real. It's not based on actual requirements. It's based on feelings, on beliefs, on old messages that told you rest must be earned and stopping is only allowed after sufficient productivity. But those messages are not requirements. They're just messages, and you can stop listening to them. Continuing now is optional. Say it out loud or in your mind. Continuing now is optional. Feel what happens when you say it. Does something release? Does something loosen? Does the pressure decrease even slightly? That's because you're stating a truth your body knows, even if your mind resists it. Continuing is not required. It's optional. And when something is optional, you can choose not to do it. You can choose to stop. You can choose to rest. Right now. Without guilt. Without shame. Without having to justify the choice. Think about a restaurant menu. The items are optional. You can order the steak, or you can order the salad, or you can order nothing at all. There's no requirement that you order something. No mandate that you choose a meal. It's optional. Completely optional. And continuing tonight is the same. You can continue, or you can stop, or you can rest. There's no requirement. No mandate. It's optional, and the option to stop is just as valid as the option to continue. Maybe more valid given how exhausted you are. But you've been living as if continuing is required, and stopping is forbidden, as if you have no choice, as if you must keep going until some external force grants you permission to stop. But that's not reality. That's a prison you've built in your mind, and the door is unlocked. You can walk out any time. You can choose to stop, because stopping is optional, which means continuing is optional, which means you have a choice, and one of the choices is rest. Right now, without doing anything more, what would happen if you chose to stop? Really? What would actually happen? Would anything catastrophic occur? Would the world end? Would your life fall apart? Or would you just stop and rest and sleep and wake up tomorrow and continue? Then, when continuing makes sense, when you have energy, when the choice to continue is not made from exhaustion but from capacity, nothing bad happens when you stop. Nothing terrible occurs when you choose rest over continuation. The tasks will still be there tomorrow. The work will wait. The world will keep turning. And you will wake up more capable of handling it all because you chose rest when rest was needed, instead of choosing continuation when continuation was depleting you further. Continuing now is optional, not required. You don't have to keep going. You don't have to do more. You don't have to push through. These are choices, not requirements. And you can choose differently. You can choose rest. You can choose sleep. You can choose to let continuing be something you don't do tonight, because it's optional. And when something is optional, not doing it is just as valid as doing it. Feel the freedom in this. The choice is yours. No one is forcing you to continue. No one is requiring it. No one is demanding it. And no one will judge you if you choose to stop. The only person creating the requirement is you. And you can stop. You can release the requirement. You can make continuing optional again, which it always was. You just forgot. You started treating it like a mandate, like something you had no choice about. But you do have a choice. You've always had a choice. And tonight, you can choose rest. You can choose to let continuing be optional, and to choose the other option, the option to stop, the option to rest, the option to sleep. There is no rule that says you must continue until you can't continue anymore. No law that requires you to push until you collapse. No mandate that demands you work until work becomes impossible. These are beliefs, not requirements, and beliefs can be changed. You can choose a new belief right now. The belief that continuing is optional, that stopping is allowed, that rest is a choice you can make without having to earn it or deserve it or justify it. You can simply choose it because it's optional and you prefer rest over continuation. That's reason enough. That's always been reason enough. So what do you choose? Continuing or stopping working or resting, pushing or releasing? The choice is yours. Completely yours. No one else gets a vote. No one else gets to decide. Just you. And you can choose rest. You can choose to let continuing be something you don't do tonight, because it's optional, not required, not mandatory, not expected, optional. And you choose rest. You choose sleep. You choose to stop continuing and start resting right now, because you can, because it's optional. And when something is optional, you're free to choose what serves you best. And rest serves you best right now. So you choose rest. You choose to let continuing be optional and to choose the other option. Stop, rest, sleep. The choice is yours, and you choose rest. There's a fear that comes up when you think about stopping, a fear that if you rest now, if you sleep now, if you let go now, you'll be abandoning something important, abandoning your goals, abandoning your responsibilities, abandoning the work that matters. And that fear keeps you pushing, keeps you going, keeps you awake when you should be asleep, because abandonment feels wrong, feels like betrayal, feels like giving up on what matters. But I need you to hear this. You are not abandoning anything by stopping. You're not abandoning it. You're just setting it down. For now. Until tomorrow, when you can pick it up again with fresh energy and clearer mind. Setting down is not abandoning. It's temporary release. It's rest. It's wisdom. Think about carrying something heavy. A box, a bag, a weight. You carry it as long as you can. But eventually, your arms get tired. Your muscles fatigue. Your grip weakens. And you need to set it down. Just for a moment. Just to rest. Just to let your muscles recover before you pick it up again. When you set that weight down, are you abandoning it? Are you giving up on carrying it? Are you betraying your commitment to moving it from one place to another? No. You're just setting it down temporarily, resting, recovering, so you can pick it up again and carry it further. Setting down is not abandoning. It's necessary pause in the carrying. Your work is that weight. Your responsibilities are that burden. And you've been carrying them all day, without setting them down, without resting, without pausing. And now your arms are tired. Your grip is weak. Your capacity to carry is depleted. And you need to set it down. Not forever. Just for tonight. Just for these hours of sleep. Just long enough to rest so you can pick it up tomorrow with renewed strength. This is not abandonment. This is wisdom. This is how you carry heavy things for long distances. You carry, you set down, you rest, you pick up, you carry again. The setting down is part of the carrying, not a betrayal of it. But you feel guilty about setting it down. Don't you? You feel like you should be able to keep carrying, keep holding, keep bearing the weight without ever resting. And when you can't, when you need to set it down, you feel like you're failing, like you're abandoning what matters. But that's not what's happening. You're not failing. You're being human. Humans can't carry weight indefinitely. Muscles fatigue. Strength depletes. Rest is required. And setting down the weight to rest is not abandoning it. It's taking care of yourself so you can continue carrying it tomorrow. Your work will still be there in the morning. The projects you're working on, the goals you're pursuing, the responsibilities you're managing, they're not going anywhere. They'll wait. They'll sit there, exactly where you left them, ready for you to pick up again when you wake. Setting them down tonight doesn't make them disappear, doesn't erase your commitment to them, doesn't mean you're giving up. It just means you're resting, so you can return to them tomorrow with the energy and clarity they deserve. Think about a book. When you're reading a book and you get tired, what do? You close the book, you set it down, you go to sleep, and the book stays closed all night, waiting. And in the morning, you pick it up again, you open it, you continue reading from where you left off. Did you abandon the book by closing it? Did you betray your commitment to reading it? Did you give up on finishing it? No, you just paused, you set it down temporarily, you rested, and then you picked it up again. Closing the book is not abandoning the book. It's how you read long books. You read, you close, you rest, you open, you read again. The closing is part of the reading, not a betrayal of it. Your day is that book. You've been reading it since this morning, page after page, chapter after chapter, and now you're tired, and you need to close the book. Not throw it away, not burn it, not abandon it, just close it. Set it down, rest, and tomorrow you'll open it again. You'll pick up where you left off. You'll continue the story. Closing tonight is not abandoning. It's pausing. It's rest. It's how you make it through long books without exhausting yourself. But maybe you're worried that if you set it down, you'll lose momentum. You'll lose progress. You'll lose your place. But you won't. Momentum doesn't disappear overnight. Progress doesn't erase during sleep. Your place is marked. The work remembers where you were, and when you return to it tomorrow, it will all be there, exactly as you left it. Plus, you'll have something you don't have right now. You'll have energy. You'll have clarity. You'll have capacity. And with those resources, you'll be able to make more progress in one focused hour tomorrow than you could make in 3 exhausted hours tonight. Setting it down tonight doesn't lose momentum. It creates the conditions for better momentum tomorrow. You are not abandoning your work by sleeping. You are not abandoning your goals by resting. You are not abandoning your responsibilities by stopping. You are setting them down, carefully, deliberately, with the full intention of picking them up again tomorrow. This is not betrayal. This is not failure. This is not giving up. This is strategy. This is wisdom. This is how you maintain commitment over long periods. You carry, you set down, you rest, you pick up, you carry again. And the setting down makes the long-term carrying possible. If you tried to carry weight without ever setting it down, you would collapse. If you tried to read without ever closing the book, you would burn out. If you tried to work without ever resting, you would break. The setting down is not optional. It's required, not just for your health, but for the work itself. The work needs you rested. The goals need you energized. The responsibilities need you capable. And you can only be those things if you set them down sometimes. if you rest, if you sleep, if you stop. Not forever. Just for tonight. Just long enough to restore what's been depleted. Just long enough to prepare for tomorrow's carrying. So set it down now. All of it. The work, the worry, the weight, the responsibility. Set it down gently, carefully, with respect for its importance. But set it down. It will be here tomorrow, right where you left it, waiting for you, ready for you to pick it up again, with fresh arms, with renewed strength, with restored capacity. You are not abandoning it. You are resting from it, so you can return to it, so you can continue with it, so you can carry it further tomorrow than you could carry it tonight. Set it down. Rest. This is not abandonment. This is care. This is wisdom. This is how you carry important things for long journeys. You set them down sometimes. You rest, and then you pick them up again, and keep going. Set it down now. It's safe. It's okay. You're not abandoning it. You're just setting it down. Until tomorrow, when you'll pick it up again, and continue, rested, ready, renewed. You've been in charge all day, making decisions, solving problems, managing tasks, directing energy, controlling outcomes. You've been the one running things, the one holding it all together, the one responsible for making everything work. And now you're exhausted, depleted, running on empty. But you're still trying to stay in charge, still trying to manage, still trying to control. Because you think if you let go, if you stop directing, everything will fall apart. But you're wrong, because there's something you don't understand. The night is designed to take over. It's designed to take the responsibility you've been carrying. It's designed to manage what you can no longer manage. The night is ready to take over, and all you have to do is let it. Think about shift work, in a hospital, in a factory, in any operation that runs 24 hours. There's a day shift. People come in, they work, they manage operations, they handle problems, they're in charge. And then evening comes, and the day shift's time is up, and they don't keep working. They don't refuse to leave because they're worried about what will happen when they're gone. They clock out, they go home, because they know the night shift is coming. The night shift is trained, prepared, ready to take over. The day shift doesn't have to keep working. The night shift is designed to take over. That's its purpose. That's its function. To manage what the day shift can no longer manage. You are the day shift. And your shift is over. Your time is done. Your responsibility for today has been fulfilled. And now it's time to clock out, to go home, to rest. And you don't have to worry about what will happen when you're gone, because the night shift is coming. The night is designed to take over. The night has its own intelligence, its own wisdom, its own capacity to manage what you cannot. The night will take care of things, not in the same way you did, but in its own way. The way night is designed to work. Through rest, through dreams, through the unconscious processes that happen when you stop trying to control everything. The night is ready, and it's time to let it take over. But you're resisting, aren't you? You're holding on. You're refusing to clock out because you don't trust the night shift. You don't trust that things will be okay if you're not managing them. You think you have to stay in charge, stay aware, stay responsible, but you don't. The night is competent. The night knows what it's doing. The night has been taking over from exhausted humans for thousands of years. And it knows how to handle the transition. It knows how to take what you've been carrying and hold it through the dark hours. You can trust the night. You can let it take over. Think about what the night does. While you sleep, while you rest, while you're completely unconscious and unaware, the night manages your body. It regulates your breathing. It maintains your heartbeat. It repairs your cells. It consolidates your memories. It processes your emotions. It strengthens your immune system. All of this happens without your conscious involvement, without your management, without your control. The night takes over, and it handles everything, competently, efficiently, wisely, because the night is designed for this. The night knows how to take over when the day is done. And the night doesn't just manage your body, it manages your mind too. Through dreams, through subconscious processing, through the mysterious work that happens in the depths of sleep. Problems you couldn't solve during the day get solved at night. Insights you couldn't access while trying get accessed during rest. Emotions you couldn't process while awake get processed while asleep. The night has its own intelligence, its own problem-solving capacity, its own way of handling what the day couldn't handle. And it's better at this than you are, because it's designed for it. The night is designed to take over the things you can't manage consciously, and to handle them in ways you can't imagine. You've probably experienced this. You've gone to sleep with a problem, a question, a confusion, and you've woken up with an answer, a clarity, a resolution. You didn't solve it consciously. You didn't work on it in your sleep. The night solved it. The night shift took over. And while you were resting, while you were completely offline, the night did the work, found the solution, created the insight, and handed it back to you in the morning. That's what the night does. That's why you can trust it. That's why you can let it take over. So stop trying to stay in charge. Stop trying to manage everything. Stop trying to maintain control. Your shift is over. The day shift is done. And it's time to let the night shift take over. Clock out. Go home. Rest. The night knows what it's doing. The night is prepared. The night is designed for this moment, for this transition, for taking over when you can no longer carry the responsibility. Let it. Trust it. Allow it to take over. Feel yourself releasing now. Releasing control. Releasing responsibility. Releasing the need to manage everything. The night is here. The night shift has arrived, and it's ready to take over. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to keep managing. The night will take it from here. The night will hold what needs to be held. The night will process what needs to be processed. The night will handle what needs to be handled. And you can rest, because you're not needed right now. The night is taking over, and the night is competent, wise, designed for this exact purpose. Let the transition happen. Let the night take over. Let yourself clock out from the day shift and trust that the night shift knows what it's doing. You've done your part. You've managed what you could manage. You've handled what you could handle. And now It's time to let go, to release, to allow the night to take over. The night is designed for this. The night is ready for this. The night is here for this. To take over when you can no longer continue. To manage what you can no longer manage. To carry what you can no longer carry. The night shift has arrived, and it's time to let it take over. Clock out. Go home. Rest. The night has this. The night is taking over, and you can finally, completely, totally let go. Right now, there's a part of you reviewing the day, going over what happened, what you did, what you didn't do. And that part is editing, revising, thinking about how the day could have been better, how you could have been more productive, how you could have said something differently, how you could have made better choices. That part is trying to optimize the day retroactively, trying to fix it, trying to make it into something it wasn't. But you can't edit today. Today is done. It happened the way it happened, and no amount of reviewing, no amount of wishing, no amount of mental revision will change what already occurred. Today exists as it is, complete, uneditable, fixed in time. And tonight, you need to let it be enough exactly as it is, without editing, without optimizing, without trying to make it into something it wasn't. Think about a photograph. Once the picture is taken, once the shutter closes, once the moment is captured, that photograph is done. It shows what it shows, and you can look at it and wish you had smiled more, wish you had stood differently, wish the lighting had been better. But the photograph doesn't change. It captured what was there in that moment, and that's what it will always show. No amount of wishing changes the photograph. It is what it is, complete, uneditable, enough as it is. Today is that photograph. It captured what happened, what you did, what you said, what you felt, what you accomplished, what you didn't accomplish. And now the day is done. The shutter has closed. The moment is captured, and you can look at it and wish it had been different. Wish you had done more. Wish you had been better. But the day doesn't change. It is what it is. And tonight, you need to accept it. Let it be enough. Stop trying to edit the uneditable. But you're not ready to accept it. Are you? You're still reviewing, still analyzing, still thinking about what you should have done differently, still trying to optimize a day that's already over. And this reviewing, this analyzing, this mental editing, it's keeping you awake. It's keeping you from rest. Because you can't rest while you're still trying to fix what can't be fixed. You can't sleep while you're still trying to change what can't be changed. The day is done, and it was what it was. Maybe it was productive. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe you accomplished what you hoped. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you said the right things. Maybe you said the wrong things. Maybe you made good choices. Maybe you made mistakes. All of that is true. All of that happened, and none of it can be changed now. The day is complete, uneditable, fixed, and it needs to be enough, exactly as it is. This doesn't mean the day was perfect. This doesn't mean you have no regrets. This doesn't mean you wouldn't do things differently if you could do them over. This just means the day is done. And what's done doesn't need to be optimized, doesn't need to be revised, doesn't need to be edited into something it wasn't. It just needs to be accepted, released, let go. Think about water that's already flowed downstream, The river carried it past you hours ago. It's gone. Downstream. Miles away by now. And you're standing there thinking about how that water could have flowed better, how it could have been clearer, how it could have moved more gracefully. But the water is gone. It flowed the way it flowed. And your thoughts about how it should have flowed don't change anything. The water is downstream, gone, uneditable, and all you can do is let it go. Let it be what it was. Accept that it flowed the way it flowed, and turn your attention to now, to this moment, to what's here, not to what's already gone. Today is that water. It flowed. It moved through your life. It carried moments and choices and words and actions, and now it's gone, downstream, into the past, unrecoverable, uneditable. And you're lying here thinking about how it should have flowed differently, how you should have moved through the day better, how you should have been more, done more, said more. But the day is gone. It flowed the way it flowed. And your thoughts about how it should have been don't change what it was. So let it go. Let today be done. Let it be enough exactly as it happened, without revision, without optimization, without editing. The day was what it was. And that's all it needed to be. Not perfect, not optimal, just what it was. A day, one day, out of thousands you've lived, and thousands you'll live. One day that happened the way it happened, and now it's over, and it's enough, as it is. You might feel like the day wasn't enough, like you weren't enough, like you should have done more, been more, accomplished more. But enough is not a measure of productivity. Enough is not a standard of perfection. Enough is simply this: the day happened. You were here for it. You lived through it. You survived it. You made it to this moment. And that's enough. That's always enough. You don't have to have been perfect for the day to be complete. You just have to have been present. And you were. So stop editing. Stop optimizing. Stop revising. Stop thinking about how the day should have gone. It went the way it went, and now it's done. And you can let it be enough, exactly as it is, not as you wish it had been, not as it could have been, not as it should have been, as it was, real, actual, complete, enough. Feel what happens when you let that be true. When you stop trying to change what already happened, when you stop reviewing and analyzing and editing. Feel the release, the lightness, the freedom. You're not responsible for optimizing the past. You're not required to fix what's already done. You're allowed to let today be exactly what it was: imperfect, incomplete, not optimal, and enough, perfectly enough. As it is. The day is done. It was what it was. And tonight, you can rest in that truth. You can let go of the editing, let go of the optimizing, let go of the wishing it had been different. Today was enough. You were enough. And nothing about the day needs to be changed or fixed or revised. It's complete, as it is. And you can sleep knowing that. The day is enough. You are enough. And there's nothing left to edit, nothing left to optimize, nothing left to fix. Just a day, complete, uneditable, and perfectly, absolutely enough. As it is. You've been looking for the end all day, the moment when you can say it's done. I'm finished. The day is over. You've been waiting for that moment of completion. That sense of closure, that official end. And you've been thinking the end comes when you finish your tasks, when you complete your work, when you check off everything on your list. But that's not the end. That's never the end. Because tasks don't end days. Sleep does. Sleep is the official end of a day, not task completion, not productivity achievement, not getting everything done. Sleep. When you close your eyes, when you let consciousness fade, when you surrender to rest, that's when the day officially ends. That's the period at the end of the sentence. That's the closing of the chapter. That's the final mark that says, this day is complete. Not because everything was finished, but because sleep has arrived. And sleep is the natural, official, undeniable end of every day. Think about punctuation. A sentence can go on and on, adding clause after clause, thought after thought, word after word, and you might not know where it should end. But when the period appears, when that final mark is placed, the sentence is done, complete, ended. The period doesn't ask if the sentence said everything it needed to say. The period doesn't evaluate if the sentence was good enough. The period just ends the sentence. Officially, finally, done. Sleep is that period. It's the punctuation mark at the end of your day. And when sleep comes, when you give yourself to it, when you let it take you, the day is officially over. Not because you decided it was over. Not because you accomplished enough. Not because you finished everything. But because sleep is the official end, the natural conclusion, the period at the end of the sentence. And once it's placed, once you sleep, the day is done. Officially, finally, completely. You've been treating the end of the day as something you have to create, something you have to earn, something you have to achieve through sufficient productivity. But the end of the day is not something you create. It's something that happens, naturally, automatically. When you sleep, the day ends when you sleep, always, without exception, without needing your permission or your achievement or your completion. Sleep ends the day. That's its function. That's its purpose. That's what makes it the official end. And this end is not conditional. Sleep doesn't refuse to end the day if you didn't finish your tasks. Sleep doesn't say, I can't officially end this day because you didn't accomplish enough. Sleep just ends the day, whenever it comes, however it comes, whether you're ready or not. Sleep is the official end, and when you surrender to it, when you let it take you, the day is done. No further evaluation needed. No additional requirements necessary. The day is officially over. Think about closing time at a business. When the clock hits closing time, the business closes. The doors lock. The lights go off. The day of business is officially over. And closing time doesn't care if the business had a good day or a bad day. Doesn't care if they made their sales goals or fell short. Doesn't care if everything got done or things are left unfinished. Closing time just closes the business. Officially, finally, done. That's what closing time does. It ends the business day, regardless of what happened during it. Sleep is your closing time. When sleep comes, when you give yourself to it, your day closes. Officially, the doors lock, the lights go off, the day is over. And sleep doesn't care if you had a productive day or an unproductive day. doesn't care if you finished your tasks or left them undone, doesn't care if you feel satisfied or disappointed. Sleep just closes the day. That's its job. That's its function. That's why it's the official end. And you can trust this end. You can rely on it. You can know that when you sleep, the day is truly, officially, completely over. Not pending further review. Not subject to additional requirements. Not conditional on anything you did or didn't do. Just over. Ended by sleep. The official end. The natural conclusion. The period at the end of the sentence. So stop looking for some other end. Stop waiting for task completion to tell you the day is over. Stop hoping for a sense of accomplishment to signal that you're done. The end is here. Now, in sleep. Sleep is the official end. And when you surrender to it, when you let it close your day, everything is complete. Everything is finished. Everything is officially over. Because sleep has that power. Sleep has that authority. Sleep is the official end of every day. Always, without exception. Feel yourself accepting that now. Accepting that sleep is the end. Not your tasks. Not your productivity. Not your accomplishments. Sleep. And sleep is here. Ready, waiting, ready to officially end this day. Ready to place the period at the end of the sentence. Ready to close the business. Ready to complete what needs to be completed. Not through your effort, but through your surrender, through your rest, through your letting go into sleep. The day is ending now, officially, through sleep. The period is being placed. The doors are being locked. The lights are going off. And all you have to do is let it happen. Let sleep officially end this day. Let it close what needs to be closed. Let it complete what needs to be completed. Let it mark the final end, the official end, the real end, not the end you create, but the end that sleep creates. By its very nature, by its very presence, by its power to officially end every day. This day is ending. Sleep is ending it. Officially, finally, completely, done. You're lying here with things from today still in your mind. Conversations you had, problems you encountered, decisions you need to make, feelings you experienced. And part of you thinks you need to carry these things with you into sleep. You need to hold on to them. You need to keep them close. Because they're important. Because they're unfinished. Because they belong to today, and today isn't quite over yet. But that's not true. Nothing from today requires carryover. Nothing needs to be carried into sleep. Everything can be left behind. Set down, released, for tonight, until tomorrow, when you can pick it back up, if you need to, if it's still relevant, if it still matters. Think about a backpack. All day, you've been carrying things in it, books, papers, supplies, everything you needed for the day's journey, and now you're home. The journey is over. The day is done, and it's time to take off the backpack. Set it down. Let your shoulders rest. Let your back relax. Let the weight be released. You don't carry the backpack to bed. You don't sleep with it on your shoulders. You set it down. By the door, in the corner, somewhere it can wait. Until tomorrow, when you'll pick it up again, if you need to. If the journey continues. But tonight, the backpack gets set down, released, not carried into sleep. Today's concerns are that backpack, and you've been carrying them all day. The weight on your shoulders, the burden on your back, And now it's time to set them down. Not permanently. Just for tonight. Just for these hours of sleep. You don't need to carry today's concerns into tomorrow. You don't need to hold them while you sleep. You can set them down. Release them. Let them wait. Until morning. Until you wake. Until it's time to pick them up again. If they're still relevant. If they still matter. If they still need your attention. But you're resisting, aren't you? You're holding on to today's concerns, keeping them close, carrying them towards sleep. Because you think if you let them go, if you set them down, something bad will happen. You'll forget something important. You'll lose track of something critical. You'll fail to address something urgent. But that's not true. Setting something down for the night doesn't make it disappear, doesn't erase it, doesn't solve it or ignore it or abandon it. It just sets it aside, temporarily, until tomorrow, when you can address it with fresh energy and clearer mind. Nothing from today requires carryover into sleep. The conversation you had, it's done. It happened. And whatever needs to happen next with that conversation can wait until tomorrow. You don't need to replay it in your mind all night. You don't need to analyze it while you're trying to sleep. You can set it down. Let it rest. Let it wait until tomorrow, when you can think about it clearly. If you need to. The problem you encountered, it's still a problem. But it doesn't require your attention right now. Not while you're trying to sleep. Not while you're exhausted and depleted. The problem can wait. Problems are good at waiting. They don't disappear if you stop thinking about them for a few hours. They just sit there, patient, waiting, until you're ready to address them. With energy, with clarity, with capacity. Tomorrow, not tonight. The decision you need to make. It can wait too. Decisions made while exhausted are rarely good decisions. Decisions made while depleted usually create more problems than they solve. The decision can wait until morning, until you've rested, until you can think clearly, until you can evaluate options with a mind that's not foggy with fatigue. The decision doesn't require carryover into sleep. It requires rest, so you can make it well, tomorrow. The feelings you experienced, they're valid, they're real, they matter, but they don't need to be carried into sleep. Feelings can be intense during the day. And they can soften during the night. They can settle, they can integrate, they can process themselves while you rest. You don't need to hold them tightly. You don't need to keep feeling them all night. You can acknowledge them, honor them, and then let them rest. Let them settle. Let them be, until tomorrow, when you can feel them again. If they're still there, if they still need your attention, nothing from today requires carryover. Everything can be set down. Everything can wait. Everything can rest. While you rest, and this doesn't mean you're ignoring what matters. This doesn't mean you're being irresponsible. This means you're being wise. You're recognizing that carrying today into sleep doesn't serve you, doesn't serve the concerns, doesn't create solutions or healing or progress. It just creates exhaustion and poor sleep and decreased capacity tomorrow, when you actually need to address these things. So set it down now, all of it, the conversations, the problems, the decisions, the feelings, everything from today. Set it down. like a backpack by the door. Let it rest. Let it wait. It will all be there tomorrow, exactly where you left it, ready to be picked up, if needed, if relevant, if still important. But tonight, it doesn't need to be carried. It doesn't require your attention. It doesn't belong in sleep with you. Feel the release of setting it down. Feel your shoulders relaxing. Feel your mind clearing. Feel the weight lifting. You're not carrying today anymore. Not into sleep. Not into rest. Today has been set down, released, left to wait until tomorrow, and you are free, light, unburdened, ready to sleep. Without carryover, without the weight of the day, without anything that doesn't belong in sleep. Just you. Just rest. Just sleep. Nothing from today required carryover, and nothing was carried. Everything was set down, released, resting while you rest. All day you've been clocked in, mentally clocked in. Your mind has been on duty, active, working, processing, thinking, analyzing, planning, managing. Your mental shift started this morning when you woke up, and it's been going ever since. Hours and hours of being mentally clocked in, of being on duty, of being responsible for thinking about everything. And now it's late. Your shift is over, and it's time to clock out. Mentally, to go off duty, to stop thinking, to let your mind rest. But you're not clocking out, are you? You're still on duty, still thinking, still processing, still working mentally. Even though your shift ended hours ago, even though you're exhausted, even though every part of you wants to stop, you're still clocked in. Because you think you have to be. Because you think clocking out mentally is not allowed. Because you think your mind must stay on duty until you've finished thinking about everything, until you've solved everything, until everything is resolved. But that's not true. You are allowed to clock out mentally. You're allowed to go off duty. You're allowed to stop thinking right now, without finishing everything, without solving everything, without resolving everything. Clocking out mentally is not only allowed, it's necessary, it's required. It's the only way your mind can rest, the only way you can sleep, the only way tomorrow's shift can be successful. Think about a factory. Workers clock in at the start of their shift. They work, they operate machinery, they produce goods, they're on duty. And then, at the end of their shift, they clock out, they leave, they go home, and the machinery stops. The production halts. The factory goes quiet, because the shift is over, because the workers are off duty, because rest is required before the next shift begins. The workers don't keep working after they clock out. They don't take the machinery home with them. They don't stay on duty in their minds all night. They clock out, and they're done, until tomorrow. When they clock in again, your mind is that factory, and you've been working all day, operating the machinery, producing thoughts, processing information. You've been on duty, clocked in, active, and now your shift is over. It's time to clock out, to stop the machinery, to halt the production, to let the factory go quiet. Your mind needs to stop working, needs to go off duty, needs to rest until tomorrow, when you clock in again, fresh, rested, ready for a new shift. But you're not clocking out. You're trying to keep the factory running all night. Keep the machinery operating, keep producing thoughts, keep processing information. even though your shift is over, even though you're exhausted, even though the factory needs to shut down. And this doesn't work. You can't run a factory 24 hours without breaks. You can't keep machinery operating continuously without maintenance. You can't work mental shifts without clocking out. The factory breaks down. The machinery wears out. The mind stops functioning properly. You are allowed to clock out mentally. Say it. Feel it. Believe it. You are allowed to go off duty. Allowed to stop thinking. Allowed to let your mind rest. This is not laziness. This is not irresponsibility. This is maintenance. This is how minds stay healthy. This is how you ensure tomorrow's shift is productive. By clocking out tonight, by letting the factory shut down, by giving your mind permission to stop working. And clocking out is simple. You don't have to finish everything first. You don't have to solve every problem. You don't have to answer every question. You just have to decide, I'm clocking out now. My mental shift is over. I'm going off duty. And then you let it be true. You stop trying to think. Stop trying to process. Stop trying to work mentally. You clock out, and you're done. Until tomorrow. But your mind resists, doesn't it? It keeps trying to work, keeps trying to think, keeps trying to stay on duty, because it's been trained to believe that clocking out is not allowed, that rest is not permitted, that the shift never really ends. But you can retrain your mind. You can teach it that clocking out is allowed, that rest is necessary, that shifts have endings, and you start that retraining tonight. By clocking out, deliberately, intentionally, officially, imagine a time clock, the kind workers punch to clock in and clock out. You're standing in front of that time clock right now, mentally, and you're holding your time card. And it's time to punch out, to officially end your shift, to go off duty. So punch the clock, in your mind. Hear the sound, the click, the stamp, the official mark that says shift over, clocked out, off duty, done. Feel what happens when you clock out. Feel the responsibility lifting. Feel the pressure releasing. Feel the mental machinery slowing down, stopping, going quiet. You're not on duty anymore. You're not responsible for thinking anymore. You're clocked out, off duty, free to rest, free to stop, free to let your mind be quiet. Until tomorrow, when you'll clock in again, when your shift starts again, when you're rested and ready to work again. Nothing requires you to stay clocked in. Nothing requires you to keep your mind on duty. Nothing requires you to keep thinking and processing and working mentally. You've worked your shift. You've done your duty. You've been clocked in long enough. And now it's time to clock out, to go off duty, to stop, to rest, to let your mind be quiet, to let the factory shut down, to let the machinery stop, to let the production halt. Until tomorrow, clock out now, officially, deliberately, with full permission. You are allowed to clock out mentally. You are allowed to go off duty. You are allowed to stop thinking, right now, without guilt, without fear, without believing you should keep working. Clock out. The shift is over. You're off duty, and your mind can finally, completely, totally rest. You're lying here thinking you need to stay conscious, need to stay aware, need to keep managing things. Because if you let go, if you stop paying attention, if you surrender to sleep, everything will fall into chaos. Your body will stop functioning properly. Your systems will fail. Your internal order will collapse. So you stay partially awake, partially alert, partially in control, because you think you're the one keeping everything organized, keeping everything running, keeping everything in order. But you're not. You never were. Your body maintains order while you rest. Your body knows how to keep everything organized, keep everything functioning, keep everything running smoothly, without your conscious involvement, without your awareness, without your control. Your body has been maintaining order for your entire life, while you sleep, while you rest, while you're completely unconscious. And it will maintain order tonight, perfectly, efficiently, without needing you to stay awake and manage it. Think about your heartbeat. Right now, your heart is beating, pumping blood, circulating oxygen, maintaining the rhythm that keeps you alive. And you're not controlling it. You're not consciously directing each beat. You're not managing the timing. You're not organizing the pumping. Your heart maintains its own order, automatically, naturally, without your conscious involvement, and it will keep doing this while you sleep, all night, every night, maintaining perfect order. Without you, your lungs are breathing, in and out, taking in oxygen, expelling carbon dioxide, maintaining the gas exchange that keeps your cells alive. And you're not controlling it, not consciously directing each breath, not managing the rhythm. Your lungs maintain their own order, automatically, and they'll keep breathing while you sleep, all night, perfectly, without your conscious control, without your awareness, without your management. Your digestive system is working, breaking down food, absorbing nutrients, eliminating waste, a complex process involving dozens of organs and thousands of chemical reactions. And you're not managing any of it, not consciously directing the enzymes, not organizing the peristalsis, not controlling the absorption. Your digestive system maintains its own order, knows its own job, does its work perfectly, without your involvement, and it will keep working while you sleep, all night, processing, organizing, maintaining perfect order. Without you, your immune system is defending you, right now, identifying threats, attacking pathogens, cleaning up damaged cells, a sophisticated army of specialized cells working in perfect coordination. And you're not commanding them, not directing the troops, not organizing the defense. Your immune system maintains its own order, knows its own strategy, executes perfectly, without your conscious involvement, and it will keep defending you while you sleep, all night, stronger, even, because sleep enhances immune function. The order maintained even better when you rest. Every system in your body has its own intelligence, its own organization, its own ability to maintain order without your conscious control. Your nervous system, your endocrine system, your circulatory system, your lymphatic system, all of them working right now in perfect coordination, maintaining order. And they don't need you to stay awake to keep working. They don't need your conscious attention to stay organized. They maintain their own order, automatically, perfectly, effortlessly. But you've been acting like you're the manager, like you need to stay conscious to keep everything running, Like your body will fall apart if you stop paying attention. And that's not true. Your body doesn't need you to manage it. Your body has its own management system, more sophisticated than anything you could consciously control, more efficient than anything you could consciously organize. Your body maintains order, with or without your awareness, with or without your conscious involvement. And it does it better when you rest, when you let go, when you stop trying to control what doesn't need your control. Think about a building with automatic systems, climate control, security, electricity, water, all of it managed by sophisticated systems that work automatically. The building manager doesn't have to stay awake all night making sure the heat stays on, making sure the doors stay locked, making sure the water keeps flowing. The systems do that automatically. They maintain order without human intervention. Without conscious management, the building manager can go home, can rest, can sleep, because the systems know how to maintain order on their own. Your body is that building, and its systems are more sophisticated than any building systems could ever be. They know how to maintain order, how to keep everything running, how to organize everything perfectly, without you staying awake, without you managing, without you controlling. You can go home. Mentally, you can rest. You can sleep. Because your body's systems know how to maintain order on their own, better than you could ever maintain it consciously. So stop trying to keep everything organized. Stop trying to maintain order consciously. Stop thinking you need to stay aware to keep your body functioning. Your body doesn't need your conscious involvement. Your body maintains its own order perfectly, automatically, effortlessly. And it does this better when you rest, when you let go, when you trust the systems to do what they've been doing your entire life. Maintaining order, keeping you alive, organizing everything perfectly, without your help. Feel yourself releasing that responsibility now. You don't have to maintain order. You don't have to keep everything organized. You don't have to stay conscious to keep your body functioning. Your body maintains order while you rest. It knows how. It's been doing it for years. It will do it tonight. Perfectly. While you sleep. While you're completely unconscious, while you've let go entirely, the order will be maintained, the systems will keep working, the organization will continue. Without you, better without you, even because your body's automatic systems work best when you stop trying to consciously control them. Let go now. Let your body maintain order. Let the systems work. Let the automatic processes take over. You don't need to stay aware. You don't need to stay in control. You don't need to manage anything. Your body maintains order while you rest. Always has. Always will. Tonight, every night, perfectly. Automatically. Without needing your conscious involvement. The order is maintained, the systems are working, the organization continues, and you can sleep, deeply, completely, trusting that everything will be kept in perfect order, while you rest by your body, which knows exactly what to do. Without you, you're lying here thinking about tomorrow, what you need to do, what you need to prepare, what you need to plan. And part of you believes you can't sleep until you've prepared for tomorrow, until you've thought through the day ahead, until you've organized your approach, until you've mentally rehearsed what's coming, because tomorrow requires preparation, and that preparation must happen tonight, before you sleep, or tomorrow will go badly. But that's not true. Tomorrow does not require preparation tonight. Tomorrow will arrive whether you prepare for it or not. Tomorrow will unfold whether you've planned it or not. Tomorrow will happen whether you've mentally rehearsed it or not. Tomorrow doesn't need anything from you tonight. Tomorrow just needs you to rest, to sleep, to restore your energy. So when tomorrow comes, you'll be ready to meet it. Not because you prepared, but because you rested. Think about the sun. Tomorrow, the sun will rise. It will come up over the horizon. It will light the sky. It will warm the earth. And the sun doesn't require any preparation from you. The sun doesn't need you to think about its rising, doesn't need you to plan its appearance, doesn't need you to mentally rehearse sunrise. The sun will rise automatically, naturally, without any input from you. Tomorrow doesn't require your preparation any more than sunrise does. Tomorrow will open on its own, will unfold on its own, will happen on its own, without needing anything from you tonight. But you're trying to prepare anyway, aren't you? You're lying here thinking about what you need to do tomorrow, running through scenarios, planning conversations, organizing tasks, mentally walking through the day. And you think this preparation is necessary, think it will make tomorrow better, think it will help you be ready, but it won't, because preparation done while exhausted is not real preparation. It's worry, it's anxiety, it's mental churning that creates exhaustion without creating readiness. Real preparation happens when you're rested, when your mind is clear, when your energy is restored, when you've slept and woken and had your coffee, and you're actually present in the morning. That's when preparation makes sense. That's when planning is effective. That's when you can actually think clearly about what needs to happen. Not now. Not while you're exhausted. Not while you're lying in bed, trying to force a depleted mind to organize a day that hasn't arrived yet. Tomorrow will prepare itself, not through your thinking, but through its own unfolding. Tomorrow will present what needs to be addressed, will show you what needs to be done, will reveal the path as you walk it. And you'll respond in the moment, with the energy and clarity you have because you rested tonight, because you slept instead of preparing, because you trusted that tomorrow would open on its own, without requiring anything from you tonight except rest. Think about a flower bud. Tonight, there are flower buds closed, waiting, and tomorrow some of them will open, will bloom, will reveal their petals. And the bud doesn't prepare for opening, doesn't spend the night thinking about how to bloom, doesn't mentally rehearse petal arrangement. The bud just rests, gathers energy, waits, and when tomorrow comes, when the conditions are right, the bud opens, naturally, automatically, without having prepared anything. The opening happens because the bud rested, not because the bud prepared. Tomorrow is like that bud. It will open on its own, will reveal what needs to be revealed, will unfold naturally, and you don't need to prepare it. You don't need to think it into existence. You don't need to mentally rehearse its unfolding. You just need to rest, like the bud. Gather your energy, wait, and when tomorrow comes, when you've rested, You'll respond naturally. Handle what needs handling. Do what needs doing, not because you prepared, but because you rested. And rest creates readiness in a way preparation never can. But you're afraid, aren't you? Afraid that if you don't prepare, tomorrow will overwhelm you, will catch you off guard, will present things you can't handle. And that fear keeps you thinking, keeps you planning, keeps you trying to control what hasn't happened yet. But the fear is lying. Tomorrow won't overwhelm you, not because you prepared, but because you're capable, because you're resilient, because you've handled thousands of tomorrows that you didn't prepare for. And you handled them fine, better than fine. You handled them well enough that you're still here, still alive, still capable of handling one more tomorrow, without preparation, just with rest. Every tomorrow you've ever faced, you faced without really preparing for it. Because you can't prepare for what you don't know yet, can't plan for what hasn't been revealed, can't control what hasn't happened. Every tomorrow contains surprises, unexpected things, unplanned moments, and you handle them in real time with whatever resources you have. And tomorrow will be the same, full of things you can't anticipate, can't prepare for, can't control, and you'll handle them, because that's what humans do. We handle things as they come, in the moment, without needing perfect preparation. So stop trying to prepare for tomorrow. Stop thinking about what you'll need to do. Stop planning how you'll handle things. Stop mentally rehearsing scenarios. Tomorrow doesn't require this. Tomorrow doesn't need you to think about it tonight. Tomorrow just needs you to rest, to sleep, to restore your energy and clarity. So when tomorrow arrives, when it opens like a flower bud, you'll be there, rested, ready. Not because you prepared, but because you rested. And rest is the only preparation tomorrow actually needs. Let tomorrow go now. Let it rest unopened, like a bud in the night. Let it wait. Let it exist in potential without you trying to actualize it. Tomorrow will open on its own, will unfold on its own, will happen on its own. And you'll be there, rested, ready, meeting it fresh, handling it well. Not because you prepared tonight, but because you rested tonight. And rest is what creates real readiness. Not preparation, not planning, not mental rehearsal, just rest, simple rest. Tonight, for tomorrow. There's a fear underneath your resistance to rest. A fear that if you stop now, if you're done for today, if you let this day end without accomplishing everything, you're limiting tomorrow, shrinking your future, reducing your possibilities. Like being done today means tomorrow starts smaller, starts with less potential, starts already behind. And that fear keeps you pushing, keeps you trying, keeps you refusing to stop, because you think stopping today limits tomorrow. But it doesn't. Being done for today does not limit tomorrow. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Tomorrow arrives with its own possibility, its own potential, its own capacity. And nothing you do or don't do today changes that. Tomorrow will bring a full day's worth of hours, a full supply of energy after you rest, a full measure of opportunity, whether you finish everything today or not, whether you accomplish enough today or not, whether you push yourself to exhaustion today or not. Tomorrow's potential is not determined by today's completion, Tomorrow's potential is determined by tomorrow, and tomorrow will arrive full, complete, unlimited, regardless of how today ends. Think about the ocean. Every day, the tide goes out, the water recedes, the beach expands, and you might think that when the tide goes out, the ocean has less water, has lost something, has been diminished. But it hasn't. The ocean is the same size, the same depth, the same volume. The tide going out doesn't limit the ocean, doesn't reduce it, doesn't make tomorrow's tide smaller. Tomorrow, the tide will come in again, full, complete, powerful, just like always. The ocean's potential hasn't been limited by yesterday's tide going out. Tomorrow's tide is just as full as today's, as yesterday's, as always. Your days are like that tide. Today went out, you used today's energy, today's hours, today's potential, and now today is receding, ending, going out. And you might think this limits tomorrow, makes tomorrow smaller, gives tomorrow less to work with. But it doesn't. Tomorrow will come in fresh, full, complete, with its own energy, its own hours, its own potential. Being done for today doesn't limit tomorrow. It just means today has gone out, and tomorrow will come in, full, like it always does, like tides always do. But you're acting like today and tomorrow share a limited supply. Like using today's energy depletes tomorrow's. Like stopping today means starting tomorrow with less. But that's not how it works. Each day brings its own supply, its own resources, its own possibility. They're not connected in the way you think. Today, using all its hours doesn't mean tomorrow has fewer hours. Today, not accomplishing everything doesn't mean tomorrow has less opportunity. Each day stands alone, complete, full, independent of what happened in the previous day. Think about sleep. Every night, you deplete your energy, use it up, run it down to empty, and every morning, you wake with energy restored, refilled, full again. The energy you used yesterday doesn't mean you have less energy today. The depletion of yesterday doesn't limit today's supply. Each day brings fresh energy. Each morning brings restoration. What you spent yesterday doesn't reduce what you have today. Each day's supply is independent, full, unlimited by what came before. Tomorrow is like that. Being done for today, stopping now, ending this day without finishing everything. None of that limits tomorrow's supply. Tomorrow will wake with full energy, will arrive with full hours, will present full opportunity. Being done today doesn't mean tomorrow starts depleted, doesn't mean tomorrow begins with less. Tomorrow begins fresh, complete, full, always, regardless of how today ends. And actually, the opposite is true. Being done for today expands tomorrow, increases its possibility, multiplies its potential. Because when you stop today and rest, when you sleep well, when you restore fully, tomorrow starts with more resources than it would have if you pushed through tonight. Tomorrow starts with better energy, clearer mind, greater capacity. Being done for today doesn't limit tomorrow. It empowers tomorrow, strengthens tomorrow, gives tomorrow the foundation it needs to be everything it can be. But you're afraid that stopping feels like quitting, like giving up, like reducing your possibilities, like making yourself smaller. And that fear keeps you pushing, keeps you resisting rest, keeps you trying to do more, Because you think more today means more tomorrow. But it doesn't. More today without rest means less tomorrow. Exhausted tomorrow. Depleted tomorrow. Tomorrow starting already behind because you didn't rest today. Being done for today is not limiting tomorrow. Being done for today is honoring tomorrow. Respecting tomorrow's potential. Giving tomorrow the gift of your rested presence, your restored energy, your full capacity. Tomorrow doesn't need you to work yourself to exhaustion today. Tomorrow needs you to rest today, to stop today, to be done for today, so tomorrow can start fresh, full, unlimited, with all its potential intact, with all its possibility available, with you showing up rested and ready instead of exhausted and depleted. So stop worrying that being done today limits tomorrow. It doesn't. Tomorrow is not limited by today ending. Tomorrow is not reduced by today stopping. Tomorrow is not diminished by today being incomplete. Tomorrow will arrive full, complete, unlimited, with its own tide coming in, with its own supply restored, with its own potential untouched by what you did or didn't do today. Tomorrow is its own day, and it will be full. Regardless of how today ends, let yourself be done today, not to limit tomorrow, but to honor tomorrow, to give tomorrow the gift of your rest, to ensure tomorrow starts with the full capacity it deserves. Being done for today expands tomorrow, strengthens tomorrow, empowers tomorrow. The only thing that limits tomorrow is exhaustion, depletion. Pushing yourself tonight when you should be resting. Stop now. Be done for today, and let tomorrow arrive unlimited, unrestricted, full of possibility, because you rested, because you stopped, because you were done for today, and tomorrow starts fresh, full, unlimited, ready for you, rested and restored, meeting its full potential, with your full capacity, because you honored the end of today and let tomorrow begin completely new. You're lying here, close to sleep, close to rest, close to letting go, but not quite there, because there's a voice, a small, persistent voice, saying one more thing, just one more thing to think about, one more thing to plan, one more thing to worry about, one more thing to review, just one more thing, and then you'll rest, then you'll sleep, then you'll let go, but not yet, not until you've done this one more thing. And that one more thing is keeping you awake, keeping you from deep rest, keeping you from the sleep you desperately need. But here's the truth. Deep rest begins when one more thing ends. Not when you finish one more thing, when you end the pattern of one more thing, when you say no to the voice asking for one more, when you stop the cycle of just one more thought, just one more plan, just one more worry. Deep rest begins when you stop reaching for one more thing and start accepting that now is enough. This moment is enough. No more things needed. No more thoughts required. No more anything. Just stop. Just rest. Just let the one more thing go unanswered, unaddressed, undone. Think about a glass of water. You're thirsty. You drink. One glass. Good. Refreshing. And then a voice says, one more glass. You're not thirsty anymore, but you drink one more. And then the voice says, one more. And you drink again and again. One more, one more, one more. And you keep drinking, not because you're thirsty, but because the voice keeps asking for one more. And at some point, you have to stop. Not because you've had enough, but because you have to end the cycle. Have to say no to one more. Have to stop drinking and let yourself rest, even though the voice is still asking. Your mind is doing this with thoughts. You've thought enough thoughts today, processed enough information, planned enough plans, worried enough worries. You've had enough. You're full. But the voice keeps asking for one more thought, one more plan, one more worry. And you keep giving it. Not because you need to think more, but because the voice keeps asking, and you haven't learned to say no to it. Haven't learned to end the cycle of one more. Haven't learned that deep rest begins when you stop answering the voice, when you stop reaching for one more thing, when you let one more go unaddressed. And one more thing is a lie. It's never just one more. It's always one more followed by another, one more followed by another. The voice will never stop asking, never stop demanding just one more, because that's what the voice does. That's its function, to keep you thinking, keep you processing, keep you awake. The voice doesn't want you to rest, doesn't want you to sleep, doesn't want you to stop. The voice wants one more, forever, endlessly, until you collapse. And if you wait until the voice stops asking, you'll never rest, because the voice never stops asking. So deep rest doesn't begin when you finish one more thing. Deep rest begins when you refuse one more thing. When you say, no, not now, not tonight. One more thing can wait until tomorrow. When you end the cycle, stop the pattern, refuse the demand for one more. That's when deep rest begins, not when you've done enough. When you stop doing, stop reaching, stop responding to the voice asking for more. Listen to the voice right now. Can you hear it? Think about tomorrow one more time. Review the day one more time. Worry about that thing one more time. Plan that conversation one more time. Check that list one more time. Process that feeling one more time. One more, one more, one more. Always one more. And if you respond, if you think about tomorrow one more time, the voice will immediately say, and one more thing, and then another, and another. The voice never says, okay, that's enough. Now you can rest. The voice only says one more. So you have to be the one who says enough. You have to be the one who ends the cycle. You have to be the one who refuses one more thing. Not because you've finished everything, but because deep rest begins when one more thing ends. And you want deep rest. You need deep rest. And the only way to get it is to say no to one more thing. Right now, finally, completely. Say it now, out loud or in your mind. No more things. No more thoughts. No more plans. No more worries. No more reviews. No more anything. I'm done. Not because I've finished everything, but because I'm ending the cycle of one more thing. Right now, no more, done. Feel what happens when you say it, when you mean it, when you refuse one more thing. Feel the voice pushing back, insisting. But just one more, really quick, just this one thing. And feel yourself saying no, firmly, gently, but definitively. No. No more things. The cycle is ending. The pattern is stopping. One more thing is being refused, not answered, not addressed, not done, just refused. And that refusal, that ending, that's where deep rest begins. The voice might keep asking, might keep demanding one more, But you don't have to answer, don't have to respond, don't have to give it one more thing. You can let the voice talk, let it ask, let it demand, and you can simply not respond, not engage, not do one more thing. You can let the voice asking be the last thing you hear before you drift into deep rest. The voice fading, the demands quieting, the request for one more thing going unanswered, unmet, ignored, and in that ignoring, in that refusal, in that ending of the one more cycle, deep rest begins. Your mind starts to quiet. Your body starts to release. Your consciousness starts to fade. Not because you finished one more thing, but because you stopped reaching for one more thing. And that stopping, that refusal, that ending, that's the door to deep rest. That's the beginning of real sleep. That's where everything you've been needing all night finally becomes available. Deep rest begins when one more thing ends, not when one more thing is completed, when one more thing is refused. Stop now. No more things, no more thoughts, no more anything. Just stop, just rest. Just let the voice asking for one more thing fade into the distance, unanswered, unheeded, unimportant, and let deep rest begin. Now, finally, completely. No more things, just deep, necessary, healing rest you've been holding on to today, gripping it tightly, like if you let go, it will crash, it will shatter, it will fall violently and break into pieces. And that fear of the crash keeps you holding on, keeps you gripping, keeps you unable to release. Because you think letting go means dropping, means letting something fall hard and fast and destructive. But that's not what letting go is. Letting go is not dropping. Letting go is not throwing. Letting go is not releasing something to crash and break. Letting go is gentle, soft, gradual. You're not dropping the day. You're letting it fall away gently, like a leaf leaving a tree, like snow melting in sunlight, like breath releasing from your lungs. Gentle, natural, soft. Not a crash, just a quiet falling away. Think about a leaf in autumn. All summer, the leaf holds tight to the branch, connected, attached, part of the tree. But when autumn comes, when the season changes, the connection weakens. The leaf doesn't have to hold on anymore, doesn't need to grip, doesn't need to cling. The leaf just lets go. And it doesn't fall violently, doesn't crash to the ground. It drifts, floats, descends gently through the air, swaying, turning, taking its time, until it settles softly on the earth. No crash, no break, just a gentle falling away. That's how you can let today go. Not by dropping it, not by throwing it away, not by forcing it to leave, but by letting it drift away gently, like a leaf leaving a branch. No violence, no crash, just a soft, natural separation. The day is ready to fall away. It's loosening its grip on you. The connection is weakening. The season is changing, and you can let it go. Gently, softly, without force, without fear. Without thinking something will break. Nothing will break. The day will just drift away, settling softly into the past, into memory, into the place where all days go when they're done. But you're afraid to let go, aren't you? You're afraid that if you stop holding the day, you'll lose control. You'll drop it, it will crash, and something important will be destroyed. But you're not in control of the day. You never were. The day is not an object you're holding. The day is a time that passed, and time doesn't crash when you stop holding it. Time just continues, flowing, moving, gently carrying the day away from you, whether you hold on or not, whether you grip or release. The day is falling away, right now, gradually, naturally, and your holding on doesn't stop it, doesn't control it, just makes it harder, just creates tension, just makes the natural falling away feel like effort instead of ease. So let your grip loosen, not suddenly, not violently, just gradually, gently. Feel your fingers uncurling, feel your hold softening, feel the day beginning to drift away, not falling fast, not crashing down, just drifting, floating, moving gently away from you, like that autumn leaf, swaying through the air, taking its time, finding its own way down. You don't have to push it away. You don't have to throw it. You don't have to force it to leave. You just have to stop holding it so tightly. Just loosen your grip. Just let your hands open, and the day will drift away on its own, gently, naturally, without effort, without crash, without break. Think about breath. You breathe in. You hold the air in your lungs, and then you release. You let the breath go, and the breath doesn't crash out of you, doesn't explode, doesn't leave violently. The breath just flows out, gently, smoothly, naturally. You're not pushing it, you're not forcing it, you're just letting it go, opening, releasing, and the breath leaves softly, peacefully, without effort. The day is like that breath. You've been holding it all day long. And now it's time to exhale, to release, to let it go. Not by forcing, not by pushing, just by opening, by softening, by allowing the day to flow away from you, like breath leaving your lungs, gentle, natural, soft. Feel it now. The day is falling away, not crashing, not dropping, just drifting, gradually leaving, moving softly into the past. You're not losing it. You're not dropping it. You're not breaking it. You're just letting it go. The way leaves let go. The way breath lets go. The way everything that's held eventually, gently, naturally releases. Your grip is loosening. Your hold is softening. Your hands are opening. And the day is drifting away, gently, peacefully, without violence, without crash, without fear. Just a soft falling away, a gentle release, a natural letting go. And as it drifts away, as it falls gently into the past, you feel lighter, freer, less burdened, because holding on was hard, gripping was tiring, trying to keep the day from falling was exhausting, and now you're not trying anymore. You're just letting go, gently, and the day is falling away, gently, and everything is soft, easy, natural, no crash, no break, just a quiet, gentle falling away, like a leaf, like breath, like everything that knows when it's time to let go. The day is falling away now, and you're letting it, gently, softly, without fear, without force, just opening your hands and watching it drift, away into the past, into memory, into the soft place where all days go when they're done, gently, peacefully, falling away. You're lying here with a list in your mind, things that aren't finished, things that need to be done, things waiting, and you think one of those things needs you right now, needs your attention, needs your worry, needs you to stay awake thinking about it. Because if you sleep, if you rest, if you let go, something important will be left unattended. Something critical will be neglected. Something that needs you will be abandoned. But look at that list honestly. Really look at it, not at what needs to be done eventually, but at what needs you right now, this moment, this hour, this night, and you'll see the truth. Nothing is left undone that needs you now. Not now, not tonight, not while you're lying in bed trying to sleep. Nothing on that list is calling you. Nothing is demanding your immediate attention. Nothing requires you to stay awake. Everything can wait. Everything is waiting, patiently, quietly, until tomorrow, when you're rested, when you're capable, when you can actually do something about it. Think about the difference between urgent and important. Important things need to be done, eventually, someday, when the time is right. But urgent things need to be done now, immediately, this moment, without delay. And here's the truth. If something truly needed you urgently right now, you wouldn't be lying in bed. You'd be handling it. The fact that you're here, trying to rest, trying to sleep, means nothing urgent is happening. Nothing needs you now. If there was a fire, you wouldn't be in bed. If someone was injured, you wouldn't be resting. If there was a true emergency, something that genuinely needed you this moment, you'd be responding. The fact that you're not responding means there's nothing to respond to. Nothing urgent. Nothing that needs you now. Everything on your list is important. Maybe. Some things more than others. But nothing is urgent. Nothing can't wait until morning. Nothing requires your attention at this hour. When you're exhausted, when you're depleted, when you're trying to sleep. The email that needs to be sent. It doesn't need you now. It needs you tomorrow, when you're awake, when you're at your computer, when you can actually write it well, right now, in bed, in the dark. The email doesn't need you. It's waiting, patiently, until tomorrow. The conversation you need to have. It doesn't need you now. It needs you tomorrow, when the other person is available, when you're coherent, when you can actually communicate effectively. Right now, alone, exhausted, the conversation doesn't need you. It's waiting until tomorrow, the decision you need to make. It doesn't need you now. It needs you tomorrow, when your mind is clear, when you've had rest, when you can think rationally. Right now, foggy and tired. The decision doesn't need you. It's waiting until you're capable of making it well. The problem you need to solve. It doesn't need you now. Problems never need you in the middle of the night when you're trying to sleep. Problems need you when you're rested, alert, capable. Right now, the problem is just sitting there, not going anywhere, not getting worse because you're not thinking about it, just waiting, patiently, until tomorrow. Nothing is calling you. Not really. You might hear voices in your mind saying, think about this, worry about that, don't forget this. But those are not real calls. Those are not urgent needs. Those are just thoughts, anxious thoughts, trying to keep you engaged when you need to rest. Real calls are loud, undeniable, impossible to ignore. A baby crying, a smoke alarm, a phone ringing with emergency news. Those are real calls, and you're not hearing any of them. because nothing is really calling you. Nothing really needs you. Not now. Not tonight. Everything that seems urgent in your mind right now is actually just important. And important things can wait. They have to wait, because you can't address them now. You're in bed, you're exhausted, you're trying to sleep, and nothing on your list can be effectively handled in this state, in this place, at this hour. So let them wait. Let everything wait. Not because you're irresponsible, not because you don't care, but because nothing actually needs you now. And trying to attend to things that don't need you now doesn't help them, doesn't help you. Just creates exhaustion and poor sleep and decreased capacity tomorrow when these things actually do need you. Tomorrow, things will need you. Tasks will need your attention. Decisions will need your clarity. Problems will need your problem solving. People will need your presence. And you'll be there. You'll respond. You'll handle what needs handling. But not now. Not tonight. Because nothing needs you now. Feel the relief in that. Nothing is calling you. Nothing is demanding your attention. Nothing requires you to stay awake. Everything can wait. Everything is waiting. Everything will still be there tomorrow. And tomorrow, you'll be rested, ready, capable, and you'll address what needs addressing. But tonight, nothing needs you, and you are free. Free to rest, free to sleep, free to let everything wait. The list will be there tomorrow. The tasks will wait. The problems will keep. The decisions will remain unmade until you're ready to make them. Nothing is being neglected. Nothing is being abandoned. Everything is just waiting, as it should be, until you're capable of giving it what it needs, which is not now, which is tomorrow, when you've rested. So stop listening to the false calls. Stop responding to thoughts pretending to be urgent needs. Stop believing that something is left undone that can't wait. Everything can wait. Everything is waiting, and nothing needs you now. Nothing is calling you. Nothing requires your attention. You are free, free to rest, free to sleep, free to let go, because nothing needs you. Not now, not tonight. Everything can wait, and you can sleep. Here we are, at the end, the final truth. The last thing you need to hear before you sleep. And it's simple, so clear, so undeniable. For this night, you are done for today. Not maybe done, not almost done, not conditionally done. Done, completely, totally, finally done for today. You don't need more. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to try harder. You don't need to accomplish more. You don't need to be better. You are done. For today, this day has reached its end, and you have reached the end with it, and nothing more is required. Nothing more is expected. Nothing more is needed. You are done. No more is needed. You've done what you could. You've given what you had. You've been present. You've survived. You've made it to this moment, and that's enough. That's complete. That's done. No fixing is needed. The day happened as it happened. You were who you were. You did what you did, and none of it needs to be corrected or improved or perfected. It's done, as it is, without needing to be fixed. No more trying is needed. You've tried, all day. You've made effort. You've pushed. You've worked. And now the trying can stop. The effort can end. The pushing can cease. You don't need to try anymore. Not tonight. You're done trying. Done for today. Today is finished. The day has run its course. The hours have passed. The sun has set. The darkness has come. And the day is over. Complete, ended, done. And you can sleep. Not you should sleep. Not you might sleep eventually. You can sleep. Now, right now, you have permission. You have freedom. You can let go. You can rest. You can sleep. This is not a suggestion. This is not a hope. This is a fact, a truth, a reality. You are done for today, and you can sleep. The two things are connected. Because you're done, you can sleep. The day is over, so sleep is allowed. The work has ended, so rest can begin. You've been waiting for this moment all day, the moment when you could finally, truly, completely be done, when nothing more would be required, when no more effort would be needed, when you could just stop and rest and sleep. And that moment is here, now. You are done for today. Feel the weight of those words. You are done for today. Not you will be done when you finish one more thing. Not you should try to be done. Not you're almost done. You are done. Now. Already. Complete. For this night, for these hours, for this time of rest, you are done. Everything that needed to happen today has happened. Everything that didn't happen doesn't matter right now. The day is complete, and so are you. Done for today. And because you're done, because today is finished, because nothing more is required, you can sleep, you can let your eyes close, you can let your mind quiet, you can let your body rest, you can let consciousness fade. You can sleep deeply, completely, without guilt, without reservation, without thinking you should be doing something else. This is the gift of being done, the freedom to rest, the permission to sleep, the release from all requirements. You are done, and you can sleep. The day is over, and you can rest. Nothing more is needed, and you can let go. For this night, you are done for today. Say it to yourself. Feel it settling into your chest, into your bones, into your awareness. I am done for today. Not almost, not conditionally. Done. Completely. Finally. Totally. Done. And with that being done comes peace, comes release, comes the ability to finally, completely, totally rest. You don't have to hold anything anymore. You don't have to manage anything. You don't have to think about anything. You are done. And done means released, freed, allowed to rest. The day is behind you now. Today is finished, and you are done with it. Done for today, and tomorrow will come. Fresh, new, a new day. But that's tomorrow. Not now, not tonight. Tonight, you are done. Done with today, done with effort, done with trying, done with thinking, done with everything. Just done. And being done means you can sleep, can rest, can let go completely. So, let go now. Let the day go. Let the effort go. Let the thinking go. Let everything go. You are done for today, and you can sleep deeply, peacefully, completely. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more is required. Nothing more is expected. You are done. For this night, for these hours, for this time of rest, you are done for today. Today is finished, and you can sleep. Done. Complete, finished, and free to rest. You are done for today, and you can sleep. Now. Finally, completely, sleep. And now, we've reached the end. All 30 truths have been spoken. All the gentle reminders have been given. All the permissions have been granted. You are done for today. The day has ended. Your work has stopped. Your responsibilities have been released, and sleep is here, ready, waiting, welcoming you home. There is nothing left to think about, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to fix or solve or prepare. The day is complete, and you are complete. And this moment is complete, just as it is, right now. Without needing anything more, your body is ready to rest, your mind is ready to quiet, your heart is ready to slow. Everything in you knows it's time. Time to let go, time to release, time to surrender, to sleep, to deep, healing, necessary rest. So close your eyes now. If they're not already closed, let them stay closed, heavy, peaceful, resting. Feel your breath, slow, steady, natural. Each exhale releasing a little more. Each inhale bringing a little more peace. Your body is sinking into the mattress, into the pillow, into the softness beneath you. Heavier, deeper, more relaxed with each breath. The day is falling away, gently, softly, drifting into the past. And you're letting it go, without effort, without fear, just releasing, naturally. Tonight, you are done. For today, completely, finally, totally done. And you can sleep. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more is required. Nothing more is expected. You are enough. The day was enough. This moment is enough. Sleep is here. Deep rest is here. Peace is here. And you are free to receive it. Free to rest in it. Free to let it carry you away. Into dreams. Into darkness. Into the healing quiet of deep sleep. You are done for today. And you can sleep. Now. Deeply. Peacefully. Completely. Let go. Let sleep take you. Let rest hold you. Let the night carry you into tomorrow. Rested, restored, renewed. You are done for today, and you can sleep. Sleep now. Deep, safe, peaceful sleep. Good night.